Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board meeting for August 22nd, 2023. We are doing a special board meeting today. And the Board of Education has resumed full in-person board meetings unless remote attendance is permitted pursuant to the California Brown Act. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings and hybrid meetings like what we're doing today will be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. A little bit of information regarding the public comment process. During special board meetings, the public may make public comments on items that are on the agenda. We don't have the section for items that are not on the agenda in special board meetings. So individuals with comments on general school district issues may address those at the next regularly scheduled board meeting. Individual speakers will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item. The total amount of time allocated to public comments by the board will be limited with a total of 30 minutes designated for public comment for each item. Individuals may not defer their time to another speaker to increase their total time beyond 3 minutes. Please be mindful that district students may be watching and are in fact participating today. You're encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing from children to adults are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. First item on our agenda is always the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would like to welcome Mr. James Sutter, President of the Elk Grove Education Association, to lead us in the pledge. Thank you. I'm now going to pass it to Mr. Hoffman for our overview of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Chires Espinoza. Well, I'm glad I'm here, even though I'm actually not there. I apologize for that, but I avoided COVID for 3 years, and it finally caught me. So I think I'm one of 3 people, I was one of 3 people that I knew that didn't have it, but feeling pretty well. I may turn my screen off from time to time, but otherwise I'm feeling well. So I appreciate that very much, and the flexibility of the remote access certainly came in handy today. So I'm glad to be here. Today's a really important day, so I'm very excited about the work. I want to say a huge thank you to the staff that are going to present today. They have done an incredible amount of work in preparation for today's meeting, and I believe it will be of great value to the board and to our community. I'll kind of go backwards first and start with one of our traditional items that we do every time at our August special meetings, and that's our continued work with exclusionary discipline. So a great deal of work is going on every day at our school sites, and this is one of 2 times a year that we present an update. So I'm excited to have the team share the information. Lots of great progress, lots of great work, and also work to still be done. So you'll see that in the presentation. Look forward to it. But I think the star of the day will be the facilities update. It is wide and it is deep, and as you can see just in the presentation that's before you, if we covered every single item in there, would be a 3-day presentation. So there's more information provided than we can possibly cover this morning, but there's really opportunities there for folks within the presentation to take deep dives into some of the links and go into areas that you have even more interest in. That's for the board as well as the public. We will be part of today's presentation is we will check in with the board and ask for some feedback on how you might want this information packaged, because again, this is information that you're going to reference back to I believe, multiple times over the next several months. And the other thing I want to make sure we're clear about is today's not designed to be an end all be all with regards to this work. We have a great deal of work as we're doing the update of our facility master plan. This is really kind of the kickoff of that process as we take stock in what we've accomplished so far and begin to identify what still lies ahead. So a lot of work here. We won't address every facility issue in this one presentation, but it is deep, it is wide. There's a great deal to celebrate with regards to the work that we've done using Measure M, but as well as leveraging other local dollars as well as state dollars through a variety of programs that have allowed us to take the Measure M dollars and really stretch them even further than many would think possible. So very excited about that. So with that, I'm going to close up. I will be here through the whole meeting. If I slide off from time to time, I will be right back and look forward to you engaging with the staff. And again, staff, thank you so much for everything you've done in preparation for this. Very thankful and appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Our next item is the facilities update. I'd like to ask Ms. Lori Gerber if there are any public comments via Zoom for this item.
No, Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Gerber. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this item?
Yes, we have one blue card for this item. Heidi Moore.
Okay, come on up. Mr. Bettis?
I'm concerned about this item. First of all, excuse me, hold on. I need to speak to the secretary here. When we need to get verification, when was this last finalized, this report? And when was it given to us?
It was given to us on Friday, sir.
What time?
I reviewed
time
it in
Friday?
its entirety.
What?
It was given to us.
What time Friday?
72-hour legal requirement.
Okay, it was, can I have an answer from that from our secretary of staff?
No, I
Finalized?
am the president and I am running this meeting. I have responded to
Yes,
your question.
so it's I inquired that it was finished around after 5, maybe, the finalized. I tried to get a written copy or a Xerox copy before that, and I was told I couldn't have it until it was finalized between after 5 in the evening. So therefore, working days, we did not have 72 hours to review this document. So that is my concern. I looked over the draft one. It didn't have the pages. I was concerned about that.
Mr. Bettis, you have
Cyrus,
raised an
Espinoza.
issue.
Hold on.
No, but once you raise issues, you have to let people respond, right? We've
Okay.
talked about this. So my understanding is not business days, it is calendar days, right? So Saturday, Sunday, and Monday is 3 full days. The fact that it was released on Friday afternoon is an excess of 3 full days, right?
And Ms. Chavez Espinoza, can I
Go ahead,
add
Mr.
one
Hoffman.
piece? So one piece, this is a special meeting, so we actually only have a 24-hour posting notice, but we do it 72 hours ahead to be precise. What we're required to do is to let the public know that what topics are going to be discussed. And updating of the presentation that's actually going to be presented at the board, that's perfectly okay and within the Brown Act. We wanted to make sure we got a draft out on Friday at the posting, so the vast majority of the information people would be aware of, but we did do an updated version. We added page numbers, which will make the presentation today easier for the board and the public to follow. So if somebody has a question on a particular page number, we'll all be able to refer back to it. So this is completely within line with Brown Act. This presentation is so deep and so wide that we were trying to make sure that we've been working on it for weeks to get it ready for today, and we could still make modifications to it, now because trying to make it perfect is what we always try to do. But this is the best presentation that we can have ready to go for this meeting right now. But I can assure the board and the public that we've met all Brown Act requirements, have actually gone above and beyond.
Okay, Mr. Bettis, asked and answered. And the appropriate time to bring up procedural questions is before the meeting or at the top of the meeting. So are we ready to move on?
Hold on, I have some more questions.
Okay.
So you just mentioned that this report was finalized Friday, but it was a draft. So my question today, is this a draft?
He just told you they added page numbers 24 hours in advance.
No, he added more than that. I was told they were going to add more. When I had my conversation with Mr. Hoffman Friday, he was on the road on his car. And I'm not sure if he was going to a doctor or not, but I'd say, hey, then I found out he was tested positive for HIV.
Okay, but let's not talk about other people's
Okay,
health
so
conditions,
anyway,
please.
So that was the
I
main.
do want to
conversation.
clarify, did not test positive
So I
for
did not have
HIV.
time to discuss these items with him, like you said beforehand, and neither did our community.
Okay,
Our community,
Mr.
that's
Pettis,
why you do
Mr.
not
Pettis,
have
I need
public
you to
comment
stop.
tonight.
I need you to stop.
Okay,
Let's not pretend that this is any different than every other meeting that we have had this year in which you have come not fully prepared. So you can try to use any excuse that you want.
yes.
I managed while working a full-time job and preparing a child for the start of the school to go through this
That's not the
entire
issue.
presentation.
I'm
So
prepared.
no excuses.
I'm trying to get prepared.
Okay.
A legal dog.
We're moving on.
That's very important.
You have
for
raised the
this
question.
district.
It has been answered and we are moving on, sir.
And
We are moving on, Mr. Pettis.
yes. Hold on, I have some more questions.
No, we are moving on. Okay.
Just want to make it clear, Mr. Hoffman has COVID. He does not have HIV. That would not be an appropriate share in a public.
Nor would it be appropriate for any board member to talk about anybody else's health conditions if that were the case. So as stated,
It's some public information.
no, our employees'
The
health
other-
conditions
The
is
other
not public
thing, since we're
information.
talking about
Mr.
that
Pettis,
issue,
you're wasting your
has
time.
anybody in this board have been in contact with Mr. Hoffman? Oh, I better wear my mask today. I better wear my mask because if I can't get that answered.
Mr. Bettis, if you're not able to control your emotions, you're welcome to take a little break for yourself, but we are going to proceed. I apologize, Ms. Moore. You can begin whenever you're ready. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm actually here making a public comment on behalf of Shauna Mandel and Megan Smith. They represent a large group of us parents in Area 7, Rancho Cordova. So this is from them. As parents, we're happy that there are plans to build a new elementary school in the South Rancho Cordova area for the 2026 school year. We also noted that there is a discussion of building a middle high school in the Cavala Ranch neighborhood. However, the report we had access to didn't have any timelines or discussion points attached. Therefore, we're urging you to keep our area as a top priority for building new schools, specifically the aforementioned middle high school. Even if you open the middle school first, it would be a huge improvement for our families and reduce the stress and anxiety related to simply getting to and from school for hundreds of students and their families. For now, we're closely watching as FCUSD builds new schools near our communities and looking for them to help with solutions. In the meantime, we sincerely hope that EGUSD will put our kids' health and well-being first as school district transfers are requested to the FCUSD, as their middle and high schools are much closer than our home schools. And again, that's from Shauna Mandel and Megan Smith. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, Ms. Mandel, and Ms. Moore. With that, we are going to close public comment, and my agenda said to call Ms. Kristen Coates. I know this is going to be very much a team effort, so let's take it away, Ms. Coates.
All right. Well, good morning, Madam President, Board of Trustees, the Ms. Avalos, the public, Superintendent Hoffman, virtually. Really excited to be here this morning with the entire team. Of course, this is all under the leadership of Chief Facilities Officer Sue Bell. And I was telling our cabinet team yesterday, it's kind of like a dissertation, not your life's work, but a really big compilation of the success over the last 6 years in Elk Grove, both with Measure M and then being able to leverage and maximize dollars and also get realistic with future needs. So It is a team effort. One of the most exciting parts is I'm going to let Ms. Bell introduce the team, but we have had a team of Elk Grove Unified, either current students or alumni as interns who will help share not only in the build of the presentation and getting a taste of construction management and project management, but they will also get to speak to the public and the board and engage in the discussion this morning as well. So without further ado, I'll kick it over to Ms. Bell and off we go.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm a little nervous. I got a little rattled by the morning discussion, but we're going to kick this off first with a video. And like Ms. Coates mentioned, we have interns that helped, and I have to admit there's technology involved in this presentation that without them would not have happened. So first thing we're going to do, we're going to get excited about an overview, just kind of from a student's perspective, really. As they wandered through the district, we took them to meetings and things. They got to see what went on in the district and how our projects came to life. And Jared, he's one of the interns that his interest is really in video production. And I can see him, we'll probably see him on some Hollywood credits or something one of these days in the future. But this is his compilation, and with any luck, it's going to work perfectly. That was pretty fun to watch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's fun for me because I started here in 2016 and I realized last week I had an anniversary and I forgot to notice it because we've been so busy working on this. But to be able to watch that and kind of think back where we were when we started this program, and it makes me a little emotional just to see all that different work that took place. As you remember, we passed the bond in 2016, $476 million. And it sounds like a lot of money. And when you do projects like this, and a project might be 50 or $60 million, it's almost like small money to me, but I think we got a lot done. I think there's a lot for us to be proud of. And as we go through this presentation, there were a few takeaways from the last time that I was here. One of them was you wanted to see more photos. So we've tried to do more photos, and we've put in some videos throughout the presentation to enliven the thing. So it's not just all repetitive, the same old thing, not listening to me talk the whole time. We're going to go through, this is kind of our outline for the day. We're going to talk about the overview of Measure M, how the money was spent, what the goals were, and some of our accomplishments. The second part is about the projects, and the students have developed a thing which we really would have liked to have done at the very beginning of the program, where we would be able to share all the different things that have happened at the schools, but it was technology that, quite frankly, my department didn't have the capacity to handle, or both from a staffing standpoint and also from a technology standpoint. And the students have really helped us be able to do that. So that's something we're going to be able to share out on our website so that people can go through and really see what was accomplished at the various school sites. Ms. Coates is going to handle the enrollment aspect. We're going to talk about development. We're going to talk about the future projects. We've got one final bond sale that we're working on. We just passed that in May, and we've got a list of projects that we need to work through. And then what's going to happen in the facilities and planning department next, and some of our future needs and things like that. So without further ado, here we go.
Ms. Bell, before you begin, just
Sure.
a message to my colleagues. So this is going to be a very long presentation because it needs to cover a lot of information. We're estimating at least a 90-minute runtime, but the presenters have very wisely built in opportunities after each section for questions. So that's when we will take questions, okay?
Yeah, as it's fresh in your mind, as we go through a section, there'll be a little question and answer.
So how many parts did you break it up into?
6.
Then
Yeah.
you have questions.
Yeah, so after each segment, there'll be a little slide that'll pop up to say questions, and that's the opportunity for you to ask questions. And if we don't have the answers today, we'll get that for you. Okay, so as you remember back, $476 million bond program. It was supposed to take 10 years. And I remember thinking, 10 years? And I really thought to myself, I want to see it through. And I didn't think I'd make 10 years. But so we kind of escalated. And I got to tell you real honestly, I really wanted to see it happen faster, and it did. So when we get done with the list of projects that we've got done, I think we'll be at the 8-year mark. So I'm super excited about that. Okay. Now, when we started, we had a facilities master plan that we were working from. And in that facilities master plan, it demonstrated that there were $586 million worth of need that was discovered by having done a facilities condition assessment. And we had a consultant come in to do that work for us. And then there were also some other district-wide modernization needs, which are the schools that were eligible for modernization. So those all had a need as well. And that was a $360 million number. And then there were some other stakeholder needs. And those were things like, one of the things that came up a lot was shade shelters and specific things at each school site. And they put a number of $100 million on that. And the categories that you can see the categories there, and they were all broken out. If you look at your facilities master plan, you can see all those different categories. So we stayed true to those categories and did work within those categories. Okay. There was a commitment that the bond proceeds will be expended on renovation, upgrades, expansion, acquisition, and actually, we didn't spend any Measure M dollars on acquisition, construction, reconstruction, rehabilitation, and those are all of the kind of projects that we've done. The goals were to maximize the funds that we have. We used the Measure M funds. We coupled it with grant funds, with Prop 39 funds, with any of the other funds that we could to get these projects so that they go farther. And as you can see there, those are the different funding sources that were used in order to make some of these projects happen. Okay, Series 1 was 82 million. And if you remember, those are the projects that were the quick start. And a lot of them involved athletics. So as we go through the slides, and you'll see the students have created some pie charts that demonstrate where the funds were spent in a relatively simple way to look at it. It will show that in the early years, we spent a lot on athletics, and only because they were quick to start and they were sort of big ticket items anyway. There was also a part of the program where we were going to apply for state funding, and because the state facilities program was not putting out money like it had in the past, we were sending in applications and they were being put on an unfunded list. They were acknowledged, but there was no promise that we'd ever get money back. So there were several of our projects that we had applied for state funding for. And as you can look, we had like Dillard, McGarvey, Zender, those we all applied, and it took about 3 years for that money to come back to us. So Measure M allowed us to do projects without having to wait for that state funding. Okay. Over on the right-hand side, you can see it's not an entirely inclusive list, but it's a pretty good list of some of the projects that we applied for state funding and that we have received funds for. And then other funds that we used to do some of these projects were Prop 39, Title I funds, which are the ones that funded a lot of the projection systems. That wasn't a project that was necessarily on our radar when we were doing Measure M planning, but it was a project that we took on. Then there were some maintenance funds that we had that took care of things like some of our paving, our tennis courts, some of the projects that needed to be done, but weren't necessarily a Measure M project. And then there was Fund 49, which kind of took care of some of our smaller projects. So if you recall, when we, each time that we sold bonds under the Measure M program, we had a list of projects that were going to be done. All of those were completed. But in addition to those, there were other projects that were completed. And in most cases, those were completed with other funds. Okay. Now, when we talk about accomplishments, if you want to put it in a little nutshell, these are some of the kind of fun things that I'm kind of a nerd about numbers and things. So when I look at how much roofing did we do, 60 acres, imagine 60 acres, and that is almost not half, well, it's about half of the roofs in the district, not necessarily, and it's not every school site, we did all of it. We might have done a building or two at this school site and then all of the ones at this school site. So it does vary from site to site. But we did capture everything that was leaking. And we did that, probably accomplished that a couple years ago. But when you look at 60 acres, that's a lot. As Mr. Perez mentioned earlier, we could have spent a whole lot more time on this presentation. If I had another 2 or 3 months, we could have dug even deeper. And you'll see there's mechanical units. We really wanted to have that number. It involved going to each one of the projects, counting up how many units we did there, and we just didn't have time for it. So we had to leave that out. I think in 2018, we might have presented that number. So as you can see how many classrooms got modernized, we still have a lot more to do. Shade shelters are done, cameras are done. We also have, I think there was about 1,200 of the projectors have been installed, and we still probably have another 1,100 to do. And here's a slide about athletics. You can see we've done the tennis courts, we've got track and field, and then field lighting is coming soon. We'll have that up and running hopefully before daylight savings time. Now, do you have any questions on Anything?
I yield to anybody else.
Oh, that's nice of you. I'm running the meeting though. I can't see Miss Albiani. Do you have any questions? Sorry, I couldn't hear Miss Albiani because someone else was speaking. Thank you. Okay, can you please stop speaking so I can hear other people when it's their turn to speak? I'd appreciate that. I'm sorry, Michael? Okay. Sean?
Just curiosity, the selection of which schools goes first, do you have that picked out?
Sure. How we did that was, we kind of did it from which schools had modernization eligibility based on the facilities master plan. And then we looked at how much eligibility, because what we wanted to do was capture as much state funding, knowing what the state funding program was like. We wanted to get in line so that we could have as much money coming back to us as we could. So if, say we had 5 schools that needed to be modernized, the ones that had the largest dollar amount, those are the ones that we started jumping on right away to bring those funds in. But every site that needed to be modernized, we did modernize. And then we looked at it from the lens of worst first, and we worked from outside in. So any work that like exterior leaks, things like that, we did those first. And the whole idea behind that is no point doing the inside if the outside is leaking. So that was just kind of the layering that we did as we looked at each project. There was no, you know, I didn't look at it as a, you know, like, oh, let's do that one. No, we just like, here's the pile, start working through the pile. And really the goal was, let's get as much money as back from the state as we can, knowing that it might be 3 years before we actually saw the money come back. That answers the question.
Yeah, I suppose. One of the things that comes to mind is that, and I've been thinking about this quite a bit, is the fact that, you know, we have schools that are built long ago. So we got older schools versus newer schools. So I think that's kind of like self-explanatory as far as, you know, maybe we should take a look at the ones that are older and see what need to be fixed first and go from there. But along the line of what you have mentioned, I think you put those two together, I think it should be pretty good.
And that will be addressed later on in the presentation. Gina? Okay, any questions? I should have gone to you first. I always forget to go to the student first. Mr. Fortuna?
No questions. I just wanted to say you're doing a great job so far.
Sure.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment, Sue, and kind of reinforce what you were saying. The work that had to be done and still needs to be done is very voluminous. We all know that, and most people in most communities certainly had their personal judgments with respect to what should go first. And I just want to thank you for taking a very prescriptive way of going about making the decisions, what was going to happen first and on down the line. And certainly the maximization of dollars was very important, because we were in situations that if we didn't go after money, it wasn't going to be there. So the approach was very systematic and well thought out. And what we have to show for it today really demonstrates the approach. So thank you.
Mr. Bettis, just to remind folks, this is 1/6 of the presentation. If you could keep your questions to this portion that she has presented and your more global questions to the very end, that would be helpful. Mr. Bettis, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's proceed, please.
Okay, let's start page 7.
Just going to remind you, we're not going to go through reading every single slide that's been presented,
Why not?
because that's not an effective use of our time. We've already heard the
I have a
information
question.
once.
It's a legitimate question. It's an important question.
I look forward to hearing
Every
it.
question that this board asks is very important to this school board in our community.
I wish that were
And
true.
and if it's a question that will save dollars, it's that more important.
All right, you're building it
Okay.
up. Let's hear it.
Made that point. So, this facility conditions assessment, FCA needs, is that another way to say our master plan? I want to make it clear that,
It was a component of the master plan.
okay,
Okay,
okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a question of the community.
okay,
They asked me. That's a component of the master plan, correct? Okay.
correct.
And congratulations that we were very successful on Measure M, $500 million to improve our schools for health and safety of our students and staff.
Mhm.
Good learning environment for our students. And as you said, our priority is to make sure that our roofs within each schools, within our districts, was A1, 100% leak-proof, because of the fact that we didn't, well, the next step with the modernization process, we make sure that it didn't leak and what's a good word to use about in our in room.
Water intrusion?
Yeah, water damage, mildew, a variety of issues that other schools have. They have a big problem, mildew in the classroom.
Mhm.
So that was our number one concern. And that's what I spoke about with some people in that unit. Okay, on number 9, page 9, you have Measure M, the sales and all that. And hold on here. Okay, yeah. State schools. We at that time, what kind of really I was studying funding for facilities at that time. And we have the state school facilities program, and they were zero because of the fact that there's a great need for school funding for schools throughout the state. So that's one reason why we had to go this route. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so right after that, the legislative body gave a lot of monies to that state facilities program,
That's
correct?
inaccurate. There was a state bond that was passed.
Okay.
Mhm.
State bond or,
Now, remember, the state facilities program had a huge backlog.
yes,
right? There were a
exactly.
lot of projects on the unfunded list. So
Right.
as soon as they had funds, then they started working from that unfunded list. So projects that were kind of in the queue, they were approved for funding, but they were on the unfunded list.
We were on the list, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah,
that's how we were able to get some of this fund back.
exactly. And so, and we're still continuously doing that to this
Correct.
day, correct?
Correct.
And showing them that our needs assessment, blah, blah, blah. So how much of that money did we eventually get? Because it's not on page 10, it's not identified in that area or other fund
It's-
sources.
It's probably over $40 million.
40 million.
I would have to add it all up, plus all the other ones that have come in recently.
So, yeah, so we received $40 million from that particular pot of money,
Mhm,
okay?
mhm.
But you didn't, okay, you just left that out on page 10 report right there on those Prop 39 Title I funds. and
That's
maintenance
because
report.
that's not what it's about.
Mhm.
See at the
That's true.
top where it says Measure M?
This is an example of what has been paid from the state. It's not an entirely inclusive list,
Not
right?
entire- okay.
So and that's, because the facilities update was going to deal with what projects have been accomplished.
Uh-huh.
And if we want to dive into what state funds have actually been received, what has been applied, that would take us a little bit more time. We could get that answer, but it's not on this slide. There's examples here of which
Right.
ones have received funding already.
But as I said, that's one of the funding sources.
Correct.
Okay. Great. I mean, we're doing an excellent job in our units. So why didn't you put, let's go to 10, other funding sources? I was wondering, how much did we get on Prop 39? How much?
About
did we
12
get?
million,
What?
about 12 million.
12
It
million.
was a little over 12 million.
Title I?
Title I funds, we use Title I funds to do the first round of projections when we upgraded all those, and that was about 19 million.
What they do in Title I funds? What?
That Title I funding, that's not I'm not an expert on Title I funding, but there were funds available that needed to be spent. There were a lot of school sites that wanted new projection systems, similar to what we've been putting into newer schools. And so there was this huge need, there was this pile of money, and they put them together. And that decision didn't come from my department, but my department helped roll that out. And I know it was approximately $19 million that was spent on updating Title I classrooms with our new Extron projection system.
And maintenance, how much?
Maintenance dollars paid for the tennis courts. So we
That's
didn't,
general fund, correct?
Maintenance is an operational expense. These are capital funds. So not part of this presentation.
What?
We're
It is.
talking about capital projects today, not operationals.
10,
Right.
other funding sources utilized. I'm trying to find out how much each of these category monies did we spend
Mhm.
on these projects.
Now we can, if it is asked of us, we can break this out in every single project
Okay.
that has been worked
Okay, let's
on.
get maintenance then.
Okay.
Fund number
Mr.
49.
Mr.
How much are we-
Bettis,
How much? did we
Mr.
receive
Bettis,
on-
Mr. Bettis, the series of questions is an example of good and relevant questions that you should ask ahead of time so that we're not expecting staff to know exact figures off the top of their head, okay? So I'm pleased that Ms. Bell is going to be able to circle back and provide us with that information, but that goes into preparation. So can we please
Yes,
move on?
I agree with you that when I talked to Mr. Hoffman, he was on the road. He couldn't answer that. So that's why I'm asking today.
Okay,
So
You can send an email. I emailed them about the presentation. I had plenty of time. All right, let's wrap it up.
and the public wants to know. That's another question.
I agree. It's a good question. Mr. Bettis, we have most of this presentation to get through. So do you have one more relevant question?
That's my last question. Fund, how much, do you know how much we save for Fund 49?
I'd have to look.
Anybody? Budgets? Budget?
We don't put
Well,
people on the spot.
It would be challenging to come up with that number right now because there were a lot of little projects that we did and we used Fund 49 funds for it. So I'd go into our massive spreadsheet and I'd look at, okay, which ones were actually Fund 49 dollars.
And can you remind me what Fund 49 is?
Melrose Funds, says Ms. Watkins. Melrose Funds, which we approve every year. All right, so we are closing Q&A and let's proceed with the presentation, please.
Okay. All right, now we're going to move into our project analysis, and this is where I'm going to rely on the interns a little bit. So you'll get to take a break from me. The students, when they came to us, and every year that I've had interns, it's been kind of a special thing for us. And this year, we knew that we were going to have some analysis that needed to be done on what projects had been completed. And so I asked for different kinds of students this year that maybe had some computer background, artistic background, and instead of just the construction type students, the ones that are interested in construction and or architecture or something. So this is the group of students we got, and they are going to go through this project section. They're going to talk about the different projects and the process and how they got here, how they analyze this gigantic stack of documents that I gave them. I said, these are all the projects that we've done lately. And they put together a massive spreadsheet that showed what we spent where, what project it was. They broke it out year by year into each of the categories that we saw in the category section up above. And I'm going to let them take it away. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jessie Yang, and I'm a senior at Laguna Creek High School. So we're going to be speaking about the project section. So we'll basically be going over some visualized data involving all of the projects that we did at each trustee area, as well as per each year. We also have a lot of videos in the section as well, made by Jared and Shamrit, which I'm very excited to show. And we basically got all of this information from all of the previous facilities updates, all of the receipts from previous projects that we've done, which took about a week to look through. And we also had some information on the project summaries that we were given access to. This information was like so much. It was our room was so messy because of all this information, but yeah, it was very exciting and I cannot wait to show you. So we'll be going over case studies as well as project mapping, case studies involving Elk Grove High School, Florin High School, Joseph Kerr, as well as classroom updates and the new construction of the elementary school, Miwok.
So hi everyone. My name's Ara Gill, and I'm a senior at Sheldon High School. So to begin this portion of the presentation, I would like to talk about how we divided up the data on the map, and talk about some interesting aspects of this presentation and how we decided to make it work. So if you look up there, we have a whole district boundary map that is divided up into trustee areas. This helps us focus this part of the presentation to specific trustee members as they're more closely related to that specific area. For example, on this map, we have highlighted the top left portion of the trustee map. And then on the next slide, we zoom into that area. And then we have little colored dots that's representing each of the high school, middle school, elementary school, and alternative school in that specific area. The colors represent what kind of school it is. The numbers relates to the school name written on the left side of the presentation. So what's interesting about this is that each of the circles actually a button that will corresponds to the individual schools. Once you click the button, it takes you to another slide that has more information and details about that specific school. This is a really important, good way to show, to have all the information about all the schools already prepared in the presentation, ready to go, but it's not cluttering and like overloading our presentation with information if nobody wants it. So upon request, we're able to go into each individual school and show more information. So for example, let's just say we wanted to learn more about Florin High School, which is number 7. So we would go here, click on number 7. And this takes us to the Florin High School section. This has all the projects we did divided up by every single year. It's just some general photos about the school. And then to go back to that same slide, we go back here, click on this little EGUSD logo at the bottom, and it takes us right back to the map. So we can do this for every single high school and every single high school, middle school, or elementary school in the district.
But we're not going to do that without your request. But yeah, that's just some information that this information is available on the website, of course. So if you do want to look at the specific schools that you're concerned with, that's totally an option. But let's move on. So we have these visual data graphs. So as us interns this summer, we were tasked to organize the data in a visual way that can tell a story about what we've done. This concerns area 1. This is our distribution of expenditures. Most of it is measure and money, but we also have an other section and a CTE section, which do not include measure and money. But here's just the visual graphics. So as you can see in area 1, and this covers from years 2017 to 2023 as of now. We have some more graphics per year. So one dedicated to 2017. So as you can see in area 1, we did a lot of lighting projects, a lot of other projects, which mostly consist of like repair-like projects. We did a lot of ADA site upgrades and roofing, and yes. So that's area 1. We also have area 2. Here are the schools at area 2. Of course, you can go back onto the website and access this PowerPoint and look at all the schools individually. So here's area 2's distribution of expenditures. As you can see in area 2, we also did a lot of roofing. Also, let me mention that these charts are organized by the percentage of the amount of money we used per area. So we see like almost 25% of the money used in area 2 was dedicated to roofing projects, just to clarify. And then we have area 3, all of the schools in area 3. Here's the distribution of expenditures. I also really want to add that I am particularly very interested in data visualization. I believe it's a very good way to share a story of what has happened in a very analytical sense, like in a very general sense, but also like I believe it speaks to both like logic and like emotionally, like this is what we've done. I know it's been communicated to us that every time we showed the department, the facilities and planning department this, they like to reminisce on like, oh wow, we did do a lot of roofing projects. So I was really excited to be able to bring this to life. Here we have area 4. And the distribution of expenditures here, there's a lot of roofing, of course, and repairs. And then we have area 5. The distribution of expenditures here. Area 6. And then here's our pie chart of distribution of expenditures. Area 7. And that will be all for the trustee areas. And now we're moving on to the distribution of expenditures total and per year. So Jared.
Here is the distribution of expenditures per year. As you can see, modernization and new construction make up the vast majority of it. In 2017, there was a lot of athletics going on in terms of updates, as you can see with the roof thing and HVAC being second. In 2018, roofing and HVAC projects were going on majorly, and that various others like athletics or fire systems were also considered. In 2019, both roofing and HVAC and new construction were projects that were prioritized, but modernization, CTE, roofing, HVAC, they were all considered in a very important way. 2020 was mainly modernization. However, as you can see on the graph here, there's CTE, there are other projects as well as the roofing, repairs, athletics, and ADA/site upgrades. 2021 was a year of a lot of new construction. I believe the Geta building in LCHS, for example, was built at that time, as well as there being general modernization, CTE, and other projects being completed. 2022, however, there was more modernization and new construction, as well as more CTE and other projects with roofing and athletics. This year, it was mainly modernization. However, there's a good portion of classroom upgrades and various other site improvements. Any questions?
Okay, questions, comments, which are
Can I
not mandatory if you don't
quickly-
have any?
Can I interject something before before we go to questions is, what the students didn't mention is the mind-numbing data that they analyzed. And they went through and put everything on a table. And so starting from 2017 projects up to 2018 is all in a gigantic Excel spreadsheet. And I told them, there's no way we can get up there and put table after table after table on the screen. And that's where we came up with the pie chart idea, is it graphically demonstrates where the money was spent instead of just putting numbers up. And that really kind of was their idea as a group. They said, oh, how about the pie chart? And that's how those came about. And as they looked at each of the projects, I think I was surprised how diligent they were about going through all the data. And we double checked. And I said, no, that belongs in that category. There was a lot of back and forth. And so the behind the scenes piece is what the students were able to do for us this year, which would not have been possible without them. So any questions on that? If there's data information that you want from where did the graph develop from, we can provide that as well. That's something that you want.
Okay, colleagues, any succinct questions or comments? I started with Ms. Albiani last time. I'm going to start at your end, Mr. Pettis.
Excellent job, student interns. But I don't think all of them came up to the podium and introduced themselves and where they're from and their career objectives. Can the other?
Do you want to hear that now? Because some of them will come up a little bit later.
Oh, okay.
And you have to recognize not everyone is an extrovert. So we take a nod to those that aren't, and they participated equally behind the scenes. And sometimes it's extremely hard for people to get up and speak. So you may hear less from those, but their contribution is certainly not less.
Yeah, Mr. Pettis, let's allow them to do that when they're prepared to do it, okay?
Believe it or not, I was the same way.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get on to this presentation. Okay, what page did you begin, by the way? What page?
Mr.
This
Pettis,
section, this
do
section.
you have any questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So as I spoke to Mr. Hoffman, my question was, for each particular area, this was the excellent report. You're using mapping software, GIS mapping, that I know for a fact that the school has, or school facilities has, and that's a great tool to learn and use. You could use that almost in any discipline. So I'm very proud of you people that you have been exposed to that software. I've been trying to get that be used more.
Let's bring it back to the topic, Mr. Pettis.
Okay. Okay. Page 16, distribution expenditures, percentages, classroom upgrades. There's no, I asked for percentages of these and the total dollar amounts, but you can put the percentage then slash the total numbers of funding that we use in area 1. That's what I was asking for from Mr. Hoffman, and my suggestions. In area 1 and 2, we know that, those are, besides also downtown Elk Grove, these are the school geographical areas, regions that have the oldest school buildings, facilities. And so therefore, I think, well, it's logical to think that more money would go to those geographical areas. So is that true? Can you answer that question? In your analysis. Okay, they don't have to come from you internally, but that's a question that me as a board member is very concerned about because of equity of funding. That has been my career. And besides Stop the Prison Pipeline, is equity of funding and student representation in colleges and universities of California after they graduate from high schools. So my concern is in this report of that $500 million, has that gone to those geographical areas within our district? And if it
Mr.
hasn't,
Bettis?
that's a big concern that I have.
Mr.
And that is
Bettis?
public information that should be shared with the general public, because when they go vote for our next bond, and there's an accusation that this money was not spent correctly or equally
Mr.
throughout
Bettis,
our department of
Mr.
our
Bettis,
district.
Ms. Bell, I would like to respond to that one. No, Mr. Bettis,
So
I would
that's what my
like to respond.
concerns are about.
If you don't listen carefully to what you're hearing, it's really easy to perceive some inequity. As Ms. Bell said, in response to Mr. Yang's question to how the work was sequenced, it was sequenced by facility condition, which is kind of a proxy for the age of the buildings, but they look at where the actual need is and where can we draw down state matching funds. So let's please try to listen to the information that's being provided.
Page 28 to 36 again. I suggest that I know that there was a time we put a lot of money within athletics because a lot of our high schools did not have athletic or football fields or turfs and whatever. So we spent a lot of money in that particular issue within our schools because of the fact that equity, some schools had football fields and some didn't. And if you look at some of the schools, they have a little bitty theater like Florida, little bit of one of our classrooms are bigger than our theater. So, there should be equity in spending and what you see at Katsuba's High School, beautiful high school. I would send my kids there or I would move there.
Sounds like you're done, Mr. Bettis.
No, I'm not.
Okay, what else do you have?
So, and I'm glad that, at one time I professed or advocated more cameras within our schools because of security and health and safety issues. And now that we have a lot more monies, almost every school in our district has cameras to monitor everything, fire, student behavior, health and safety issues, things like that. And it's part of our security system. It's very important. Also shading in schools. I notice schools don't, there's not very many trees and shades and health and safety. That's another health and safety issue. We're having a lot of shades, but yet we do not have up top of those shade structures. Maybe you guys could answer this. Do we have solar panels? No. And why not?
Mr. Bettis,
Okay, so
you will
think about that
recall.
as-
You will recall from our previous facilities director, Mr. Pierce, that we as a board made a decision to purchase solar energy in lieu of building our own solar generation facility. So that is the reason we do not have rooftop solar. I'm going to give you one last opportunity for a substantive question before we move on. Sounds like you don't have one on deck. I'm going to move on to Mr. Fortuna. Go ahead.
Oh, no.
No questions, comments? Any questions?
No questions. But I'll just make a comment, and that reinforces comments I made previously. What I believe the facilities unit has done in a very thorough way is to utilize the facilities master plan as well as its observations, as well as its deliberations, and made decisions that with regard to sequence and maximization of dollars available. I've spent a lot of time with facilities over the years, and I can say very, very comfortably that equity is not an issue that enters into the discussions from the perspective of, oh, we have to spend money here rather than there because. again, it's the utilization of the facilities master plan, along with the observations, along with the technical skills brought by the individuals in the facilities unit, and decisions are made. And they've done a great job with that. Thank you.
Okay,
Mr. Bettis,
last
you're out of order.
question was-
Mr. Bettis, you're out of order.
well, you cut me off.
I did because you were wasting the board's time. Your time is up.
My last
It's the
question-
chair's determination. It is somebody else's turn to ask questions now.
Oh, my God.
Isabella, any
Can't
questions or
believe it,
comments?
lady.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson?
I just really appreciate the student contribution and the intentionality with which you designed the presentation and the visual data. So thank you.
Mr. Yang, any questions or comments?
Yeah, I like the implementation of the students be a part of it. I think it's very smart. I think this is part of develop leadership. It's about being hands-on. So I appreciate the committee, whoever that made this decision to happen. Since we talked specifically about each area, I want to talk about area 3, which is my area in the sense of governance. I visit that all of the sites, and one thing that comes to mind is that, actually a few things, but some of the key things that I would like to emphasize is that, inside the school, there's a lot of nice buildings and classes, but one of the things that I think that could be improved quite a bit is it could be more welcoming. So keep that in mind. I think that's essential as far as not just perceptions, but kind of the move that put people into, especially the students. So I think that if they're in a good move, it's easier for them to learn. And the first part of what they see, the school, is the outside. So if you're making it more apparent, more welcoming apparent, I think that will put the student in a better move. So keep that in mind. And that's for area 3, but I think that could apply to all areas. So thank you.
Mr. Vargas, any questions or comments? Ms. Albiani, any questions or comments?
I just wanted to say how impressed I am with the students' work. I think the visual presentation is a fantastic way, as Sue mentioned, not to give a bunch of spreadsheets, which and being interactive, you've really helped us go to the next level, and I'm excited. And that will be an excellent resource on your resume when you can refer this to your employers. You guys have had a huge success. So congratulations, and congratulations to the facilities department for trusting them to do this. It's hard to lead sometimes and let go of some of that. So congratulations. It's very impressive.
Ms. Bell, 2 things from me. So first off, I want to discuss Mr. Yang's last comment. 2 things. One, I wholeheartedly agree. It's really critical that the experience of students and families and employees walking into our campuses be a welcoming one. But I also want to note that phase 1 of the Measure M projects actually did include many projects that were focused on that. We redesigned entrances, we repainted schools. But of course, if there's more work to be done in that same vein, then I look forward to having that conversation when we talk about our future projects. And just also want to thank and congratulate the students for their phenomenal work. That's all for Q&A.
Okay, great. Well, let's move on then. Now, as we're going to have some videos that are going to come up, and we've tried as much as we could to kind of do a before and after. And to Mr. Yang's point, keep an eye on Union House if Union House comes up again, because that one is really from a transformative perspective to see how it was versus how it looks now. And it's joyful when you look at it. I can't imagine a student went home during the summer and they came back and that's what they saw. So that's an exciting one to keep an eye on. And next we'll have, the students are going to come back and they're going to talk about case studies. And that's where we've done a little deeper dive into some specific schools. Okay.
So hello once again. So for this section, we're going to be taking a deeper look into some specific schools that had the most transformation and we thought had a story to tell behind it. So we created a short video with the help of Jared and Shamrit that showcases those special changes and special new items, new buildings done to the schools. Some schools include Elk Grove High School, Florin High, Kerr Middle, and Rudder Middle School. So to begin, we'll start off with Elk Grove High School. So throughout Elk Grove High School, we had many modernization projects, such as the Culinary Arts CTE facility, the utility infrastructure upgrades to power the new buildings, the Building C and the Arts Building. We had 30 classroom buildings, office, and 23 classroom buildings. We had agriculture and natural resource CTE facility. And then for the future, we're also planning to upgrade the weight room. And to move on, we have a short video showcasing the high school's culinary new building. And then we have another video for the new Building C, which is the main building you see from the road at Elk Grove High.
each one of those images just about is about a week apart. So while we watch it go on throughout the year, you got to see the build in a minute and a half or so. And it's fun to kind of look at it and celebrate all the work that went into it, all the people that went into it. And there's just hundreds of tradespeople that went into it, worked on it. And I hope that was as fun for you as it is for us. Those videos will also be available if you want to watch them again, because it did go kind of fast.
Sorry, to go back to the Elgrove C building, we interns were actually really fortunate to.
Sorry to interject. I'm hearing that the mic is not really capturing you, so we're going to
sorry.
need you to be a little bit closer.
Oh, sorry. So we interns were actually very fortunate to actually go visit the new buildings, and it's safe to say we were all mind blown by how modern and new and just how improved it was from what we're used to at our schools. It's so having new infrastructure and new technology is really important for us high schoolers. It promotes a positive learning environment where students actually want to go because they want to, and not just because they're being forced or they have to be there. It provides skills and tools that are necessary and are used by an actual future careers that students want to go in. It aids for students to be successful because they're used to the new technology and skills and machines that are used by actual big companies in the future. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone again. So I'll be talking about the case study for Joseph Kerr Middle School. So far we've completed those projects such as roofing and HVAC, a new computer lab, a new science building, bus routes, parking lot drop off, and other things that you could look at. One of the main projects that was very important to the facilities and planning department was the creation of this learning center, outdoor learning center. So as you can see, they have the pillars in the back, and those are basically made from the previous gym that was taken down, and we created a new gym. But the department decided to take those embossed paintings as an opportunity to share a story about preservation as well as progress. So that was really exciting, and the creation of that learning center is just very special to the department and of Joseph Kerr, of course, because those were created from the previous gym and was now incorporated into a new beautiful outdoor learning center. So for future phases, they're planning on building new buildings, which include classroom shops, art classrooms, and special education facilities. And you can see that picture is from the updated library. And here's the video for the Joseph Kerr Middle School case study.
So for Florence High School, we also did a lot of new projects, such as all the ones listed above. The bigger projects were new tennis
A
courts
little
that we-
closer to the mic, please. Thank
So-
you.
So the bigger projects were the tennis courts that we did for all high schools, shade structures, paving, and more CTE projects for agricultural engineering. These are just some of the projects. Other include fire and PA systems, security cameras, etc. And all the above are listed above. And then here's the video. So some of the videos you guys saw here were actually taken from a drone. And we interns during our internship, you're taking the drone out and recording aerial photographs and videographs of each USD school was a big part of our job that everyone enjoyed here. So having a drone really helps facility and planning to keep a track of overall progress and growth of their high schools, how a school has changed over time, and let's just say a time period of like 5 years. It's easier to see the difference from a higher perspective if rather than you were just sitting in the front taking a photo. It also allows us to have a basic blueprint, a more like actual and representative blueprint of the actual high school. So for example, if you're planning on doing a different project at a specific part of the school that we don't exactly have photos of, we can go back, look at the drone footage, and we can find that part and talk about it so we can see what trees are there, what's in the way of doing the new projects. It's also very cost effective because I remember being told that before drones were such a popular thing and like easy to attain, each USD had to hire professional photographers and videographers, either take like a hot air balloon or a small airplane to take aerial photographs. So having a drone is just really effective way of showing the improvements of the schools in a very time efficient and a cost effective way.
So for the case study for Miwok Elementary School, this is our brand new elementary school. It's and it's also the first school that has our updated facilities and plannings updated specifications. It meets all of their updated specifications, so it's a really cool school. One of the main differences to our newest elementary school is the learning spaces in between the classrooms. As you can see up there, each building is separated by grade level, and each grade level building has these learning spaces in between the classrooms. These spaces are intended to encourage collaborative learning between students, between classes, and maybe even teachers. They also have in these spaces these beautiful informative murals, which are dedicated to the Miwok tribe, which this elementary school was built on. Their environment. It has information on like the nature around the types of animals and other things that these students can take advantage to learn of. One of my favorite parts of this campus was the new installation of a STEM classroom. I've always been kind of like involved in a lot of STEM programs. In all the schools that I've been to 7 schools, so I'm very well versed in what a campus looks like. But I just thought it was like an amazing idea to just include a STEM classroom, especially with the, I guess, increased awareness to students about STEM careers and how much opportunity there is in STEM. So yeah, that was amazing. And we have a video for Miwok right here.
I think it's time we blow this thing, get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
So that's our video for Miwok Elementary School, which was established in 2020.
Here's the case study for Rudder Middle School. I neglected to introduce myself earlier, so hello, my name is Jared Lapuz. I'm a senior at Laguna Creek High School, and I have a passion for filmmaking and would like to go into the film industry. Thanks. As you can see here, the fire restoration here, since there was a fire in this building, a new one was constructed in order to save costs. It restored the burned buildings and ultimately changed them into a regular classroom that students could use more effectively. As well as there being security cameras, shade shelter improvements, LED lighting, and ADA site upgrades. Here's a video on the Rudder Middle School modernization. Here is the case study for Pleasant Grove Elementary School. There was also a plan to change the building. However, this was scrapped because changing the building proved to be more costly. So instead, a new one was built in its place. The Roan building was retained. However, everything at this campus is mostly new and improved. The completed projects here are admin and kindergarten replacement, 2 new classroom buildings, interior lighting, bus route and parking improvements, as well as new walk track and field improvements. Going back to Rudder a bit, what I thought was really fascinating was seeing how those ceilings were repaired after the fire and like the amount of work I really appreciated while working on the general overview video. I thought that was something that was quite interesting, and the comparison is really astounding. Now here's the video for the Pleasant Grove Elementary School modernization. Any questions?
Colleagues, we have our third comment, a question and comment opportunity in this presentation. We cannot continue at the pace that we have and complete the work that we need to do today. So I'm going to, I really want, folks to engage with this information, which is really relevant and, detailed. But let's just do that in as succinct a manner as possible so that we can get through this information. Ms. Albiani, do you have any questions or comments? None. Mr. Vargas stepped away. Mr. Yang, any questions or comments?
Yeah, so we talked about security cameras. I was just curious if we put any emphasis into like entrance security.
We do the same sort of system at each school. So for the most part, we're capturing activity on the perimeter, and then each admin office has a camera and that also has a microphone in the office.
So those security cameras is that being watched in a room with monitors, or what does that look like?
There's a
I'm going to
monitor.
pause real quick. There's a line, unfortunately, with respect to our vulnerabilities and how much detail we give with our security and what kind of monitoring. So I'm just going to ask that we not share that in a public forum.
Why is that?
Because bad actors use that information. So it's standard practice in state policy when we're talking about this. They've talked about, do we have bills that, require school districts to put out detailed maps of their sites and things like that. So it's very much acknowledged that unfortunately we can't really give details about all of the things that we do to keep our kids safe in an open forum.
I totally disagree with that comment, because that, to me, this is not to the detail of revealing our little secret that is supposed to be kept from the public. As a matter of fact, I think that it's good for the public to know.
Okay.
And if like any potential criminals would have heard things like this, might have back out of the whatever they plan to do. So I totally disagree with that, but I do understand where you're coming from.
Okay.
So
Mr. Yang, let me
Point
just
of
respond.
information?
No, it's still Mr. Yang's turn, and I'm just going to respond really briefly. I'm going to err on the side of caution on this issue today. We will review that question. If I'm wrong, we're going to come back and make sure we do get that
In our
information out,
emergency
okay?
disaster plan,
Mr.
it might
Pettis,
be a
you're
that,
speaking over me. You're
Mr.
speaking over
Yang.
me again, Mr. Pettis.
yes,
Okay.
emergency disaster plan.
and I don't want to go into details, but the reason why I'm asking these questions, because we all have seen it, national news, year in and year out of massive shooting and killing. And we are the largest school district in Northern California. I think that we should set example of leading that safety. So there will be more discussions from myself to other colleagues, and hopefully we will do more toward this work. Thank you.
Ms. Jamerson,
No question.
anything, Isabella? Mr. Fortuna?
So, without getting into some of the particulars, can you do a quick overview of site involvement in project? And let's just take a culinary arts building over at Elk Grove. Who was involved? How were they involved? And you don't have to.
Okay.
I'm not going to have you
Sure.
delve into it. Thank you.
Now, with the culinary projects, those were grants.
Right.
So more often than not, it started at the site level. So the site administrator worked with particular teachers that were CTE teachers, and they created a grant application. Our office didn't get so much involved in the grant application as it did maybe our grant writer.
Right.
And then they come to us for support to do what their vision is going to be. So we create a layout for them, and they work with, usually we just have them work directly with the architects. So they'll work on their floor plan, and then that went off and got submitted to CDE. And then if it was approved, it got funded. And then after that, we start building. And there's still some interactivity between the College and Career Connections, the CTE folks, and the instructor there. And as the project comes along, it pretty much is the vision that they set out with. And oftentimes, I think that they have a vision and they have a challenge articulating how to make that a reality. And so that's where the architects come in and they help with that part of it. And then we're basically following the recipe that we've got that came from that got approved by CDE.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Bettis, anything?
This is, we have presently two other items on our agenda, which are going to take item number 4, review of board protocol handbook, 45 minutes, and reducing expulsory discipline, 90 minutes. I would suggest or make the motion that we move those items to our next board meeting or workshop so that we could spend more time working on this issue, because it's going to lead to a bond in 2024. So I think it's very important that we not cut this short and spend more time on this particular subject matter. I'm making that a motion. Do I get a second?
You're not running this meeting. I hear the motion. It's really largely in your hands whether or not we move through this expeditiously and get our work done today.
Nobody wants to make a motion?
There is not an action item related to a bond or anything related to facilities today. So a motion has been made. Is there a second? Hearing none, motion dies for lack of a second. Thank you.
Okay, I get to my questions. We started on page 111. And in your criteria, you didn't mention the number of relocatable classrooms. Is that a criteria in order to do modernization? or to new construction at high schools or middle schools or elementary schools? Because I know a fact in Region 1 and 3, we have many relocatable classrooms, and and that's costing our district. They're not owned by our district, correct?
There are relocatables in the district of various ages. Some of them are really old. And then why we pay attention to portables in a modernization scheme is when they're 20 years old, they're eligible for modernization dollars. When from the ground up hard construction project is eligible, it's at 25 years. So often the modernization of a portable doesn't really happen until it's 25 years old because we do them all at one time as a whole campus. In the cases of some of these projects where it made sense, the portables were removed, like at Elk Grove High, there were a lot of them. And to put up a new building, and the age of those portables, those were taken away. Some of them have landed at Kerr. Some of them landed at the ELOP, the Early Learning Opportunity Projects. So when they leave that site, they've undergone significant modernization. You know, they stripped pretty much everything off the walls and started over. And for the most part, they look almost brand new from the inside. Other than that, that's the view that we look at from portables.
Do we own them?
Oh, yes. All the portables in the district are owned, with the exception of maybe some of the after-school programs are owned by whatever company is providing that after-school program.
So we buy each portable. So has there been a cost analysis on that issue district-wide?
Most of the portables have been owned for a really long time.
Yes,
There were
long time.
a lot of years back, I want to say it was even it might have been in the late 90s and early 2000s, where some of the portables were state-owned and districts would lease them. And there came a time where the state woke up and said, hey, that doesn't make any sense. Why are we putting out all of that? And there was a lot of energy in maintaining those lists and everything. So they sold them to the districts. So most districts at that time did purchase any portables that they had that were state owned.
So that data, if each school, is there a database with an Excel spreadsheet that these students have? Is there a column that states how many high schools, middle schools have relocatables?
We have in our department, we have a list.
No, I mean, I'm talking about the analysis of the students in that Excel spreadsheet that they developed. Do they have that data in that spreadsheet? Because I would like to have that spreadsheet.
The facilities department keeps track of.
No, I'm talking about
Mr. Bettis, when we ask questions, we
Okay.
listen to the answer.
Okay.
Okay. If you want to know where every single portable is, we have that information. It's not a part of this project. It wasn't a part of this analysis because it's just a part of, we keep an inventory of all the facilities that we have. One of them is, here's all the portables, here's their age. And there's probably even a column of when it was last modernized.
Okay, you answered my question. I know for a fact that we have in facilities, but I'm asking, did these students add that data within their spreadsheets, which I am requesting to get a copy of also?
Ms. Bell, I will
No.
take that one.
What?
Mr. Bettis.
No.
Mr.
Okay,
Bettis,
thank you.
if you're listening, she told you at least twice that the students were not given a task that facilities department staff had already completed, right? So
I didn't say that.
she said it twice. Let's
No,
try to listen to the response.
I was questioning if these students had put that input within their analysis. That's all I'm asking. And I'm requesting to have a copy of that spreadsheet. Is that a problem?
No, sir.
No, sir. And how soon can I get it?
Ms. Bell. Ms. Bell will follow up with you after the meeting.
Again, there's no breakdown of funding by each project. I need that. I think that's very important that through my equity lenses that I have every day, that I would make analysis. Are we spending more money geographically over here or over there? And it looks to me like Elk Grove and Kerr We spent millions of dollars versus dollars versus at Florin and Rudder Middle School. So I like to see the comparison, the analysis. Is there an analysis of that? And so like I do my own personal analysis, the total dollars and by category. And I know for a fact that I'm wondering the classroom science section, there was a refire that we did a claim against our insurers and they paid for the modernization and the new facilities of that. So I'm wondering to myself, why is that included in this report?
Because this is a facilities update. It's not
Yes,
just about
okay, but
Measure
yet
M.
the public doesn't know that it was a fire and we did a claim. So it didn't come from Measure M. Did it come from Measure M?
No.
No,
It came from insurance.
insurance,
And
claim,
there are
right.
a lot of projects in here that are not Measure M
Okay,
projects.
so-
The facilities projects,
Yeah.
projects that the facilities department undertook and oversaw. And on the, about putting dollar amounts on this, and the students here went ahead. They started putting dollar amounts on everything. They started putting percentages on their pie charts. And I specifically told them not to show that because I didn't want people to say, well, you spent $450 million or $40 million on roofing in area 1 and you only spent 10 million in area 5. I don't know if those are even close to being accurate, but we didn't want people to get involved in the idea of you spent more here than you spent more there, because that isn't how we established how we were going to spend the money. We were going to spend it on the greatest need first.
Correct.
Projects
I
that would
agree
bring
with
us the most money. So to look at it from how many dollars were spent here and how many dollars were spent there didn't seem fair to me.
Okay, yes, it doesn't sound fair to me. Also, when you put, would you put film 115, page 115? It's this case study. You have Rudder Middle School modernization.
Mhm.
And then you have completed 8 classrooms science center, which was the result of the fire. It was not a result of
Well-
Measure M. Okay, right? So
No.
you kind of
Ask a
mislead
question.
me and the public. I'm speaking.
You asked a
Let me-
question, you need to let someone answer it.
Let me address that. We had a fire at Rudder. The fire occurred in the science wing.
Right.
We recognized when that fire occurred, that those science rooms were undersized compared to what our newer schools had. We thought, hey, this is an opportunity.
All right.
Instead of building them back as science classrooms that were undersized and didn't really meet the current program needs of a middle school science program, we thought, let's take that money, let's restore these as classrooms, because they also had some portables that were in very poor condition. So we said, instead of doing that, let's take that, restore them to classrooms, regular classrooms, and I think they turned into English classrooms, and then build a new science building that puts Rudder on par with some of the other middle schools. And that's how that came about. And so we built this beautiful new science building, and then we thought, hey, wait a minute. We've got Kerr that's got a similar thing going on. They've got their science classrooms in portables. We just did this new building. Let's take that same design and put it over there at Kerr. So we were able to kind of leverage the money that we spent for design fees and put it over at Kerr as well. So we kind of got 2 schools, brought them up to standards across the district, what the other middle schools were having. So that's how that came about. So yes, the fire restoration
Mhm.
was accomplished with money that came from insurance. But what went back was not a science classroom. It was a just general education classroom.
I was on the discussion. I was there.
Madam Chair,
There's another question I have.
Bettis, can you pause for a second? Mr. Hoffman, go ahead.
Oh, you're here?
thank you. I've been paying attention the whole time, Mr. Perez. So one thing I want to say is one of the things we spoke to very specifically when we went out and asked for Measure M was one of our goals, a major goal, was to make sure our existing schools were brought up to the same standards that our new schools had. And so this wasn't about building new schools with Measure M. So the science building at Rudder, the science building at Kerr are just very clear examples that if a student was sitting in one of those two classrooms or sitting in one of our newer science wings at one of our newer schools, you would largely not see a difference. The same can be said for the culinary arts building. We obviously have a very nice culinary art building at Cosumnes Oaks High School. Well, we now have them at Florin, and we have them at Elk Grove as well. And those buildings are, of a similar standard. So one of the whole points of this work with Measure M was updating our existing campuses with new school standards. And so these are just very clear examples of that work being done.
So the bottom line, no Measure M funds were used in the classroom science department at Rudder.
That's exactly false.
Right? Okay,
But-
great.
But the new
Okay,
science.
that's
wing-
false.
That's the problem I have with this presentation. Without bringing that up, it looks like it's Measure M modernization monies. So anyway,
Measure
I just want
M-
to point that out. The other issue I have,
Hold on,
a lot of people do
hold
not
on,
know what.
hold on. What you just stated is not true. We use the insurance dollars to redo the former science
Mhm.
classrooms into regular classrooms. We
Correct.
use Measure M dollars to build the science building at Rudder. Those were Measure M dollars for a modern science building on the Rudder campus. And we use the same exact plans. So we saved dollars and we're efficient and built a similar exact building on the Kerr campus. So what you said is not correct. The Measure M dollars were used for the science building. We used insurance money to take care of the fire, and we turned those into regular classrooms.
And if you look on
Okay,
slide
okay, that's
115,
okay, because.
on slide 115,
Mhm.
it does say fire restoration, and then in parentheses, it says non-Measure M. So
Right.
we did indicate that that was not a Measure M project on that slide. Slide 115.
Because I believe the fire, excuse me, Mr. Hoffman, was the fire before Measure M passed or after?
It was after. Mr. Bettis?
Okay, for any game. Anyway,
Bettis?
I have a question.
Mr. Bettis, I'm going to give you one last chance
Okay.
before we proceed.
The pool.
Do not repeat the question that has been answered
No,
3
this is a
times.
different question. Rudder Middle School had a pool who had a partnership with the Southgate. Who?
Parks and Recreation District.
Parks and Recreation
Right.
Department.
Okay, why was that not talked about to update that pool for that community, Region 1 and South Sacramento, to modernize that pool?
It was
when
talked about. We brought it to the
$500 million.
board. It was talked about. It was brought to the board. We worked with Southgate to look for a grant to be able to do that. The grant wasn't funded. That's a Southgate facility. And so we have to work in conjunction with them, and they're not at a place right now ready to move forward on that project. They have built other water facilities in that neighborhood, but they're not at a place to be able to move forward with the facility they have at the Rudder campus. That is a Southgate Parks and Rec facility.
Point of information, we were in partnership. We went, prior to that, we went halves and halves on modernization of that pool and updating.
I'm not hearing
The
a point
history
of
of that-
information, Mr. Bettis.
Okay, so people need to realize that, we lost the pool. Our students have to go to the river to
Mr. Bettis
swim.
asked and answered. It is not a district-owned facility. We are concluding
It is.
Q&A for now.
It's on our property.
I really like the organization of the presentation. I think it was a great idea to build in the Q&A as we go. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to be working out for us very well. So I'm going to hold the remaining questions until the end of the presentation. So Ms. Bell, if you could continue.
All right, our next section is going to be about classroom upgrades.
Grades.
And Sean Reed is going to take it away on that one.
Hello, my name is Shamrit Fagura, and I am currently a freshman at Sacramento City College, majoring in computer science, and my career aspirations are cybersecurity. So my career aspirations are cybersecurity. I will be speaking about classroom upgrades. So classroom upgrades entail repainting of walls and replacing of carpet. We spend a lot of time making this graph here to showcase the schools that have been modernized and the ones that haven't. So we have a total of 68 schools and we have 15 that have been modernized. With the final bond sale, we are currently working on modernizing 18 schools and the list of them are to the right. And we have identified future needs for 14 more schools to be modernized. We have compiled a short video here to showcase some examples of classroom upgrades. We weren't able to include that many pictures because we don't have clear before and after pictures, but these are examples of what classroom upgrades are. And classroom upgrades go a long way into making classrooms a better learning environment and a better teaching space for teachers. These are a list of schools that have had their exteriors painted, and the painting of the exteriors of schools really goes a long way into making schools look amazing. I've been to Valley High personally while it was being painted, and the school just has so much of a brighter appearance. It looks amazing, and I know the schools will keep looking better. And it really just goes a long way to increasing school pride, and it looks really good. So these are a list of those schools.
No question. Okay. This. All right. Well, I think this will work for me. So pretty incredible highlight. And so I think the first three parts of the first two parts really is the bulk of the presentation, really capturing all the great work that's been going on. Not quite as exciting because you don't get the interns anymore. But in order to do what you just saw in sections 1 and 2, it really takes a large amount of study and analysis to even determine, as a lot of the conversation, what do we do, when and how. And putting together a facilities master plan is much like putting together a budget. It's just based on the best data that you have at the time and a bunch of assumptions. And so the second half of the presentation really talks about what does the team do? And the team is all back. The facilities team, the maintenance and operations team, it really is such a group effort that touches every single school and every student and staff member in Elk Grove. And so want to show you some of the behind the scenes work as we do the analysis to make good recommendations. We're going to move into facilities master planning process in general. Our facility master's plan was approved in 2014 or 15. It's a 10-year plan, so sunsetting in 2025. And so towards the end of the presentation tonight, there is much work that still needs to be done. This is really the launch for this academic year. And so facilities is, it's definitely not a one and done. We're going to be back throughout the year talking about what our facility needs are, the stakeholder process, and really analyzing what the next decade looks like in Elk Grove. So as we do, we take a look. Oh, yep, it will. And so not as fun as a cool video with great, exciting music, but really important work. And I'm sure we've all seen the headlines around California. So just starting big picture, this is the story in Elk Grove is an outlier. It's such a large district that Superintendent Hoffman and I have talked about. It really becomes kind of a microcosm. It has a little bit of everything that's going on throughout the state of California. But it is important to look at the statewide picture as well. So these are just headlines really over the last 6 months to a few years, seeing what's going on. We know the pandemic was part of that, but this is all the decline in California for K-12 students is far precedes the pandemic. Oh, you're doing it, so I'm not. They're making me believe I have, you know, some magical touch with the presenter. So there are some statewide trends in enrollment, and you can see in those coastal areas, you see the decline, and the different shading indicates where they believe the decline is greater. And you can see the star and the fuchsia dot, and you see actually growth. So that's Sacramento. In particular, that's Elk Grove. It's one of the only districts that's growing in the area. We'll show some other things. You can see what's going on in Placer. The important thing to note, though, here is that even though we are projected to continue to grow, it's not at the same rate that we have been growing in the last 10 years. So we have to be mindful as we plan for future facility needs. All those projects that we just got done doing will need modernized here in the short term. So not only do we have the modernization, we also have the new growth and development will be not this section, but the next section that Sue will talk about. Just reiterating the points that I've already made, we've been losing students really for decades, but you can see that that pandemic really exacerbated the decline in students. And not just students, but residents in general to other states that, for whatever reason, that I won't get into here. That would just be speculation. And then this was a recent article that was in the Sacramento Bee about a month or two ago, really looking at the counties in our area and not just K-12 students, but children ranging from 0 to 9 years old. And you can see all of the decline in the counties except for one, which is Placer County, which had moderate growth. And so important for us to take a look when we see developments that are coming up, how many permits are being pulled and what's that rate, what's really happening. We have to understand the statewide trends as well as what's going on within our own district. And then, so this was one that was really interesting, and it really highlights the top 10 populated school districts throughout the state. And here's where Elk Grove becomes that outlier, where Elk Grove and Fresno are actually growing. And if you've been around, you understand why it's such a massive area. And so people are still interested in coming and setting roots here. And then one of the conversations that we've been having is really around how long people stay in their home. And so, you know, in more developed areas of Elk Grove, people are staying longer. And, you know, their students go off to college or career, and yet they're rooted in the neighborhoods. And so, which makes it harder for other younger families to come in. And so we see that throughout the district as well. Getting into more of a micro scale, looking at Elk Grove specifically, you can see the enrollment over time, dating back from 2016-17, peak growth in 2019-20, and then you started to see that decline. A lot of that likely was the pandemic, and we're monitoring it really closely every single day. The team will tell you it's a bit of an obsession of mine to see how many kids have come, who's attended, and do we have a pretty accurate count. And so you're starting to see that growth, the development in the areas pick up a bit. And then we also look at student by grade level. We know that transitional kindergarten has been, is a new grade level that is in a rolled in implementation. And so what's good news for us, and I think the next slide is actually a better illustration, but when we're starting to look at how our students are changing, by grade level, we're able to see when do students leave the district, do we have a trend in a middle school? We look when we're planning facilities and we make a determination on whether we're a school district in growth or in decline, how many students are entering our kindergarten class and TK, and those two are rolled up in this slide. And then how many students are leaving the district in 12th grade? And if we have more students leaving as 12th graders than we have TK now kinder coming in, we're typically a district in decline. And so what you can see here is that our kinder growth is up from last year, from the yellow bar to this kind of grayish bar. Kinder, and that is the transitional kindergarten students that are entering our schools this year is accommodating that growth. So if we could go to that next slide. You can see exactly what I said here. We're a large district with large growth areas. This is right off of CDE's website, the data quest. You can see that for kinder, we had 4,850 students last year, but we had 5,300 12th graders. So by kind of textbook definition, we should be a district in decline, but because of the growth in the areas, we do become that outlier where you see that growth. But we are watching this really closely to make sure we don't get too far ahead of ourselves. The facility projects in the last section, you'll see what things cost these days. And we have to be really good stewards of public money in order to plan appropriately, have enough facility, but not too much that they're sitting empty. This just illustrates the same thing, what a district in decline is versus not. And so then we also take a look at what our population growth is, specifically in Elk Grove. We know that people are moving into the city areas and into the entire district boundaries, but we do have a decline in our birth rates. And so it's what I was saying earlier, that means that our school enrollment starts to stall when we don't have the new families that are coming in. Really important trend here, especially as we have to now plan not only program impacts of transitional kindergarten, but also facility impacts to transitional kindergarten. And so we're able to take a look and come up with a ratio of live births to how many kindergarten students that we have, so we can take a look and estimate that. And so that's what these graphs and charts are. I'm not going to go into all of the details, but this is all of the work the facilities teams has to do in order to plan appropriately for the new students that are entering the district. And so again, same thing in the blue off to the right, that's the entire Elk Grove school district boundary. And then what you're seeing on the left is the numbers there are the numbers of live births. And then down below, it's the phase in for transitional kindergarten. And just as a quick aside, transitional kindergarten is our 4-year-olds that are turning 5, and it's been expanding for full expansion in 25-26. At the very top, you can actually see the data that's coming in on projected transitional kinder students. And then as a team, we all have to work together and say, where are we gonna put the kids? And they need smaller bathrooms and sinks and good lines of sight and appropriate playgrounds differently than other students. All right, so what does 23-24 look like for us? I was pulling it up today. We monitor this enrollment and attendance. We know attendance, you hear from our budget presentations that our attendance has been dipping That's a statewide trend. That's not an Elk Grove trend. Our attendance rates so far have been pretty good. And what this captures is the day by day. And what everyone has told me since I'm relatively new to Elk Grove is the year rounds make things more complicated, but track A has started this week. I'm very excited. So we're going to get that really clear picture. And what we do is we take the historical data. So we know from the first day of school last year with whether track A is in session or not in session, we know where we landed on seabeds. And Elk Grove has good history of growing those students before we get to seabeds. And just checking it this morning, we're looking really good to not only hit our projections, but our attendance appears to be at a high rate so far. So excited about that. This type of data, before I think we're going to bypass any questions now, really helps us determine our site capacity, where we have space, where we need space, and where the students are coming in. If you take a look around the room or have a chance on a break, we do have the building maps that are going to come up. It's what the facilities team uses to analyze all of the new developments coming on track. And so we take a look both at the enrollment, and then this next section that Sue's going to talk about is going to be all on the development and where we see what we call hotspots that we're going to need in the near future.
Okay, y'all be happy to know that we're starting to get towards the end. Now, this next section is on development, and not to call anybody out, but I mentioned earlier how we do have some introverts on our team. And in lieu of doing a presentation, they have made us a almost public service video, which we'll see now. We're gonna make a volume adjustment real quick. Ready? Thank you.
Welcome to the Facility and Planning Department's new home development presentation. My name is Chris Bohr, and my coworker Pham Seichow are planners at the Elk Grove Unified School District. Together, we will be discussing new home development and how its information helps the Facilities and Planning Department conduct meetings and studies on topics such as short and long-term student enrollment projections, optimizing school capacities, and also school boundary adjustments.
The planners in the Facilities and Planning Office are responsible for gathering all information about new home developments. The information is essential in determining short and long-term student enrollment projections. Enrollment projections help us determine which schools may need expansion or when new schools should be built. We learn where new home developments are being proposed and approved from the 4 planning jurisdictions located within our district boundary. We gain a more detailed view of the developments when developer fees are paid for each new home. The fees are paid by our local home developers.
The 2015-2025 Facility Master Plan forecasted that over 90,000 future homes would be built within our district. Over 10,000 homes were built from 2015 to 2022. As of 2023, the forecast for future homes is over 64,000. The diagram over to the right illustrates that we have over 500 home developments within our district. Each colored block in the photo represents a new home development.
Currently, 2 areas within the district have growth patterns that will impact existing schools within the next 5 years. As the illustration shows, the northern portion, Rancho Cordova, and the southern portion of Elk Grove. Each development has a total number of homes that is multiplied by a custom student generation rate to create long-term student enrollment projections.
This illustration shows a close-up view on the home developments and schools within the Rancho Cordova area. The growth patterns in Rancho Cordova has led to school studies to assess whether 3 or 4 elementary schools would be needed to accommodate the expansion pressure. The Facilities and Planning Department has recommended 3 elementary schools within the Sunridge specific plan rather than 4 to optimize campus capacities due to higher construction costs. Additionally, the recommendation was based on the 2023 development information and student generation rates. To further elaborate on the Rancho Cordova expansion study, it's important to note that the school should have optimal capacities. For example, with elementary schools, there should be 850 students for a traditional calendar and 1,200 students for a year-round calendar. Also of importance is to note that the school campus should be centrally located within its boundary. As you can see on the diagram located on the right side of the slide, all 4 schools are below established optimized enrollment.
The Facilities and Planning Department has recommended that the district forego the development of the proposed Sunridge Park school site in favor of the Grantline 208 school site. This will facilitate a 3-school concept. A Sunridge Park school site location boundary could not be created that would centrally locate it. Additionally, its proximity to the Sunrise Elementary School could not be overcome. The recommendation is to pursue the acquisition of the Grantline 208 school site because it can be centrally located within the new boundary and it optimizes enrollment capacity and still has room for more community expansion. This illustration shows a close-up view of the home developments and schools within the southern Elk Grove area. Similar to the Rancho Cordova area, because of the community expansion, studies are being conducted to determine how many elementary schools will be needed to accommodate future student enrollment. At this time, a determination has not been made.
This illustration shows a close-up view of home developments in what we call infill areas. These are small little pockets that, when totally built out, don't really affect student enrollment, but nonetheless, we keep track of each home that is sold within their areas.
If more information is needed or if you have any questions, please feel free to contact Chris or Pham in the Facilities and Planning Office.
Welcome to the facility.
Okay, and elaborating a little bit more on the new elementary school that we're planning. That'll be at the Grantline 208 site, which you can see on the map there. And our plan is that it will be opening in July of 2026. We're currently doing the environmental work on it, which will take us probably close to a year to get that accomplished. We've got to get through the Department of Toxic Substances, which we've already got our application in for that. Then we've got to get our CDE approval, which will come after we get the DTSC clearance. We'll work on a plan that looks very similar to the Miwok. In plan, it will be the same, but the exterior may be a little different to make it fit within the neighborhood that it'll exist. Okay. And I know there's a lot of concern and thought about a new high school, middle school in the area. And so this graphic shows kind of our thinking about when do we build a new high school, middle school. And if you look at what looks like a chalkboard up at the top, we're kind of thinking in terms of there's at an elementary school, we're shooting for 875 students in that range for a traditional calendar, 1,250 or so when we're on a year-round calendar. Now, if we kind of do the math on that, that means 7 grades, 125 students per grade. That equals our 875 students. Similarly, with the middle school, we've got 2 grades, and if there's 600 in each grade, we get our 1,200 students, which is what we like for a middle school. And then as we look at high school, we try to get about 2,200 students per high school, which when you have 4 grades, you equal that out to be about 550 per grade level. Now, if you look at the elementary school graphic, the little pies down there, it takes, if we have 6th graders all moving out into the middle school, then we're going to need approximately 4 groups of those 125 students or 4 schools in order to yield the 600 students that we would need for a 7th grade to fill a 7th grade middle school. Then you move on over to 7th and 8th graders, and if you've got about 600 per grade level, and we give a little bit of float. I know if you do the math, you got 125 times 4 is not 600, right? But if you, for easy math to be able to do this in your head, if we got 600 in each grade level at 7th and 8th, then we move the 8th graders into 9th grade, then you can see that progression there. So as we think about a new high school, middle school, it is on our radar. We have already done, we've got a site picked already. We are starting to do the planning for it. We don't see the need as being as urgent as you might think. We see the elementary schools, McGarvey and Sunrise seem to be full. However, we don't have that 4 scenario in place yet. With the new elementary school, that will give us 3. A 4th one would really fill out that 7th and 8th grade class as we need it in order to make that kind of work out right. Now, with this, we have already assigned an architect to this project. We've had a charrette with during the summer, we had a charrette with the interns that we have. We also brought the maintenance and operations interns over just to get the view of what does a high school student think a middle school, high school should look like. So that was kind of a fun exercise. So where we are with this is, I think the strategy will have to be a little bit different than we've done in the past. We recognize that there are a lot of middle school students that that are traveling far in order to get to school. So perhaps we start, instead of doing a comprehensive school at one time, because we'd have a lot of empty seats, we're going to have to think a little bit differently on this. Maybe we start to build core components to have admin, a gym, a library, classrooms, and then we master plan the whole thing. What does this all together look like? And then how do we bring buildings online as they're needed? And I think that's really the strategy that we're going to have to employ here. The thing that we can do is we can work on developing the plans. We can put them through DSA. We can have it basically shovel ready to go so that we aren't waiting for the population to get there. We're going to be ahead of that so that as it starts to grow, we've got plans ready to build. And recognize then that we shorten that window of time where we usually spend maybe 2 to 3 years planning a facility and then a year and more to build it. Instead, we'll shorten that planning time by getting that work done in advance. And then we have plans basically ready to go so that when we need to, we can launch it and be within like a year's window instead of 3 or 4.
Can we make comments now?
No, we're holding them till the end of the presentation.
Okay, and then, some of the other things that we can do is we've got to look at where we have capacity in other places. We can add portables if we have to, which is one of the strategies I think we're going to have to do as we're building Grant Line 208. McGarvey's attendance is pretty well fixed. There isn't any more growth happening in the McGarvey area. So we can add a couple of portables at McGarvey because it's already been planned into those plans as they were developed when the school was built. We know we can land 2 portables there relatively easily, and that could absorb if there's additional growth that happens at Sunrise that can't be accommodated at the Sunrise site, then they can come over to McGarvey while we're building Grant Line 208. So that's a kind of one of the strategies we're going to have to look at with every other school site where there might be some demand occurring. We might have to do some boundary adjustments. And then, of course, we're going to build new schools if we have to. Okay. This is our project list for the final bond sale for Measure M. It was a $135 million sale, and these are the projects that will be done as the last group of projects with our Measure M proceeds. And you can see there's a lot of campus modernization, classroom upgrades, and those will be happening this upcoming summer and the following one. And we currently have the hot MDF, IDF spaces. Those are brought about by the camera project, and some of the projection systems. We've had to upgrade technology. And then in some cases, some of the rooms are too hot. So we're working on that along with our technology department to make that happen. Elk Grove High School will continue with modernization. We've got the next building that's coming online. If you go by the campus now, you'll see a big hole in the ground. And then as soon as that one's a little bit farther along, then we'll start working on the CTE building. At Florin High School, the last thing that we need to do there is new carpet and new paint. So it's a classroom upgrade that will happen at Florin High School. That's a school that little by little we did various activities, and we just finished out the parking lot, and all of that is new now. The last thing that needs to be done will be those classroom upgrades. Laguna Creek and Sheldon will do a campus-wide modernization. That's already planned. It's already been DSA, and we're ready to start launching that. That one will be challenged with keeping the school running and being able to move students around so that school can continue and get the modernization, get carpet done while students and teachers and everything are still there. And then we've got some work to do at Daler. Another one of our upcoming projects, and this one's been kind of on the radar for a while, is the boardroom. That's currently in DSA. They got comments back, and we should be ready to start on that hopefully in a couple of months. We got a contractor on board, so as soon as we've got the DSA approval, it'll go out to bid to the subcontractors. We'll have a price developed for it. It'll come to the board for approval, and then we'll be ready to see some transformation in the boardroom. Okay, this one, the cat's coming out of the bag on this one. We've been talking about doing some modernization in the Trigg Center, and a lot of that is due to additional staff, changes that are needed in how people do their work. And as we went from department to department, what we kept finding was they needed to add space for 1 or 2 people. We can accommodate 1 or 2 people, but when we start thinking about the future, if we just design the building so that it can accommodate the 1 or 2 people that maybe each department is adding, we still have no growth. We have no room for expansion in this building. So I call it the 20 pounds of potatoes in a 5-pound sack. It was an exercise in futility to try to fit our current needs into the space that we have. So we looked outward. And how do we do that? We think it's by moving and setting up another building behind this one. And so this is the concept here, and it's one that will continue to develop a little bit more. And what it will allow us to do is put some activities in the building in the back, and then give some breathing room to this building. So instead of doing modernization activities in this building, I think our focus is going to shift to adding another building in the back, putting departments and or other programs in the back building, and then that will free up space here, and we can do modernization, which will then make more sense and give each department that needs to grow some room for growth. Okay, now we're taking a look at, because we're winding down with Measure M, what do we do next? What work still needs to be done? And as we look at, I took a look at what have we spent on schools, new schools in the past? And this was to develop, well, if we have to build 2 new elementary schools in the future and a new high school, middle school, what does that look like and how much money is it going to take? So if you look at the little graph, you can see our oldest of the new schools, Marion Mix, compared to Miwok, there's a huge difference in cost. When I started here, we were easily able to do an elementary school for about $30 million, actually a little bit less than that. Then all of a sudden, we had this huge increase in costs, and it's, I don't know if you want to call it because of COVID, because of supply chain issues, there's just some factor, huge escalation hit us. And now the square foot price of every new classroom space has gone up a lot. And it's reaching the $1,000 a square foot price. And I shouldn't admit this, but when I started doing architecture, it was somewhere in the vicinity of about $85 a square foot. So by comparison, that's a huge difference. So it makes you take note of, holy cow, we've got to do something different so that we maximize the dollars that we have and build the schools when we absolutely need them. So as we look at new schools that we're going to need, we're looking at Grant Line 208, 2 additional elementary schools, and we're framing this in the framework of the next 10 years for our, as we update the master plan, we're going to go from 2025 to 2035. So it's conceivable in the next 10 years, there will be 3 new elementary schools. If we're looking at them at today's dollars of $50 million a piece, that's $150 million. Okay, now that's money, new schools, developer fees, or some other mechanism, right? Because the state doesn't give us money at application any longer. We have to pay for those first. So that's a real need in the future for 10 years out. Also, the high school, middle school. What I'm hearing from my colleagues in the region, high school, middle school, conservatively is $200 million. That's today's dollars. If we're looking at 5 years from now, that $200 million could very well be 225, 250, right? Okay, we've got some, we looked at future modernization, and Saran helped me with this. She's my shy one. Come on, Saran, and she'll explain where we got this. And the framework is, we're looking at our next group of projects that we have to do for the next facilities master plan.
Hi, my name is Saran Chen, and I'm a current senior at Franklin High School. So our next facility master plan would be between 2025 to 2035. So schools open in 2000 to 2010 would be the schools that are eligible for our next modernization in a 10 years window. So we gave the elementary schools an estimation of around like $5 million, and then middle schools are like $15 million, and high schools are $30 million. And we came down to a total of $232 million to modernize 18 schools.
Now, when you look at those numbers, that $5 million is just kind of what we think the number is for a classroom upgrade. Now, when we look at these, as it was mentioned earlier, there's some concern about 50-year-old buildings, right? These are the schools that are 50 years old. And as we've done the modernization program that we've worked on for the last 7 years or so, we realize, and it's not a big leap to realize it, that older schools need more money. Take, for instance, Elk Grove and Kerr. Those 2 schools, we spent a massive amount of money underground. The utilities are old. Things are starting to collapse, and they have to be redone. And in like the case of Pleasant Grove Elementary, where there were some historical components of it, lots of emotion around those school buildings. When you take a look at them really hard and you think, okay, can we strip everything away and start over, rebuild kind of from the inside out? You can, but it comes at a huge cost. And then when you also consider the infrastructure beneath those buildings, then it starts to not make any sense. So when we look at schools and we're talking about modernization, we need to look at the ones that are really old and think, what is the best strategy for that school? And that's a part of the activity that we'll be doing in the facilities department, is look at what is the best way to modernize those facilities. And in some cases, it may be buildings need to come down. And so what we started thinking is, okay, what are the big things here? And you can see on the right-hand side, those are the things that we think about as we look at a 50-year-old school. And you can't say we can modernize if $5 million to modernize Sierra Enterprise when we know $5 million isn't going to do it. Okay, and then we thought about the track and field. We did all these track and field projects, and we recognized that the materials are good for 10 to 15 years. So last year's interns, I had them work up this chart, right? I had them take how much did it cost at each site, and what does that look like in the dollars that we spend, and then what does it look like in the future? So in 2030, we're thinking we're going to need to resurface some fields, and also in 2035. And those are the numbers for those. Okay, and these are just a couple of the things that we came up with that are potential needs. So the new schools, the 3 elementary schools and the high school, modernizations, we gave you that number. The 50-year-old schools, we're thinking we need to put at least maybe $10 million extra into those schools, if not more. Track and fields, we got that number there. Miscellaneous repairs, which is what we did in the past. And as we look at what we spent money on in the past, miscellaneous repairs was about $10 million. Same with some of the other district priorities. We had the shade shelters and the cameras. Together, they were about $30 million. Technology upgrades, again, that was about $50 million. And that's where these numbers have come from. Program needs and other opportunities, those were the amounts of money that we contributed from Measure M to like the CTE grants. We had to have a matching share. And so that money came from Measure M. And then I threw on there brick tech because we've got the brick building over at Kerr. And since I started here, we've talked about maybe we need to do something with that building. So none of these are etched in stone. It's just kind of give us an overview of things that we potentially need to do. I think we're going to need to build the new schools. I know we're going to need to do the modernizations and the 50-year-old schools, track repairs. The other things, they can flex. But I think the top 4, at least, we need to have on our radar. Okay, this is the last section, I think. Okay, so what are we in the facilities department? And I think my whole team's back there. So I want to give a little shout out to them because there's a really small group back there. Do you see them? We were a lot larger. We had several retirements happen. We've got a couple vacancies. And I have to give them kudos for, they really kicked butt on getting things done. We had a program set up. We had projects that we were committed to, and we got them all done. And I think they should all be super proud of the work that they've done. But here's what we're going to do in the next couple of months. One of the things is we're going to do a request for proposal for new architects because our architect list has dwindled since we did it back in 2017. We're also doing an RFP for building types, and that is that'll be going out pretty soon if you happen to see it in the newspaper, like in the next week or so. We're going to start thinking about when we have to expand, say for programs like TK, can we get a building that is prefabricated? Maybe it's modular, just some options where we can have other companies submit to us what they have available so that they're relatively easy to deploy in the event we need to add capacity at a particular school site. And we're going to ask for, what do you have for just a regular classroom? What do you have that's suitable for TK? What do you have that's suitable for kindergarten? maybe a high bay space, something that could be used for CTE, something that any type of building we could potentially land on a school site to help us with capacity. That's going to be going out probably in the next week or so. We're going to be working on the new facilities master plan as part of our request for proposals for the architects. We're going to be asked for firms that are also specialists in developing master plans so that we have some help with that. We're going to have new school planning that'll involve possibly elementary schools and the new high school. Planning will be here to support the new bond program that we're hoping to pass. And that'll be something that we'll see rolling out later in September. And there'll be a lot of work that's involved in doing that. Other things that we'll be doing is looking at some of the facility use figures, the amount of money that we charge for facility use, as you saw earlier about the fields and how much it's going to cost to do all the new turf. Maybe the amount that we charge for use at the facilities like that is not enough. Maybe we need to bring those up a little bit. And then we'll be looking at some joint use agreements as well. That's it. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Excellent presentation. Okay, I know we've done a lot of Q&A, but I anticipate some more questions on that latter half in particular. I don't remember where I left off, so I'm going to start with Ms. Albiani. Any questions or comments? Okay, Mr. Vargas, questions or comments? Awesome. Mr. Yang?
I just want to say thank you for the presentation. There's a lot of questions I do have, but I think I'd rather take it offline and talk to Chris and the staff and moving forward. So thank you so much for including the students again. Really enjoy the presentation.
I just really wanted to thank you because I think that as you know, we drive down the street and we see new neighborhoods that seem like they pop up in a matter of weeks. And so being able to share with us, with the community, the amount of work that goes into assessing and planning and managing how our facilities, and it's very intentional and strategic. And so I think that a lot of people don't understand that background. And so I really appreciate you sharing that. And to the team in the back, that all of the work and the human power that goes into this. And as was stated that, you know, you had a reduction in the size of your team. I just want to acknowledge the huge amount of work that this is. And again, thank the students and thank you, Ms. Bell.
Can I add one more?
Go ahead.
One of the things that I'm really excited about, and I think that the people in Rancho Cordova are very excited about, because the fact that they had to commute quite a distance to go to school. And with the new school coming in, I think it's great for that community and our school district. So thank you for doing that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Isabella.
I just have a few comments really quick. I just want to add on to what everyone else has said so far. It's nice to see the culmination of 10 years of work, and I want to thank everyone who made all of this modernization come to life. I want to thank the students specifically for making such a nice presentation. It was really creative and entertaining. And I, as a student myself, have seen the classroom updates and the new construction. And I want to re-emphasize how important this is to us students and how it makes us excited to learn and excited to come to class every day. So I look forward to seeing how the future plans play out. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fortuna?
Thank you again, Sue, and certainly facility staff. I had asked Chris for the upgrade also because I see it as a good reference binder to have and with, you know, having discussions with parents. So Sue, not putting you on the spot.
That's not ominous at all.
However, we have Ms. Moore here as a parent and as a representative of the coalition, which is now somewhat 400 people strong. Based on the information that's been presented. And as we look down the road towards either a middle school, high school, or some form of a middle school, high school that could be expanded, is it fair to say we are looking at 5 to 10 years for realization of that project?
I'm going to say, yes, it's fair to say 5 to 10. I think 5 would be optimistic. Based on, you saw how we're looking at the numbers, right? And if I put my architect's hat back on, if we were due, and I've done 3 high schools myself, if we were to do something that's incremental, something that's phased in, the challenge there is, and looking at it from a parent's standpoint and a student standpoint, if you're not able to build a comprehensive high school and fill it, the high school experience is extremely different.
Right.
You know, do you leave out the track and field? Do you leave out, some of the CTE programs? There's always going to be a shortcoming if you cannot do it all at once and fill it all at once. So if a student wants that comprehensive high school experience, doing an incremental project is not going to accomplish that. So our numbers, looking at our numbers, are not going to get us to a place where building a comprehensive high school is going to make any sense until maybe 10 years out. So that's my best answer for today.
And I appreciate that. When I met with the coalition, numbers were discussed, and so the bottom line is you got to have the bodies, and anything you do, you have to have certain basics, or you can't provide program for kids. So we know the parents are really, really frustrated, and they're looking for options, which is why it's important to give an assessment of timeline. And the 10-year number's been thrown out there before based on current enrollment. And I don't know what you do with that. It is what it is, but it's not something we can change. But it doesn't solve the major concern, which is time and transportation.
Yeah.
So thank you. Like I say, I consider the book now to be a reference book, just as much as the master plan is, and looking forward to having that updated so that we all have a sense of where we're going. But thank you again.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Bettis.
I'm going to start with that question, that geographical area. And I know that the county, other school districts are concerned about that geographical area and how it affects their enrollment and students. So have we, as a district, did a cost analysis to give that geographical area to Rancho Cordova School District or Folsom? Because that's what's going on right now. You know that. Our staff knows that. So has there been a cost analysis of that issue?
I would say no.
No.
Ms. Bell, hold
hold
on. I'm going to respond. I'm going to respond to your question. So first off, the duty of doing that analysis would not fall on us. It actually has been conducted a couple of times. They're doing it now for the second time by a different jurisdiction. Last time they tried it, they found that they did not meet the criteria. Oh my gosh, Mr. Hoffman may know, but was it the city of Rancho? No, or the school district? I can't remember. The school
I think it's a
district.
combination it's a combination between the city of Rancho Cordova and Folsom Cordova School District. I believe the school district took on the burden of paying for the study to be done, but I don't know if they're going to be reimbursed. I don't know the details of that.
Yeah, so just so you know, Mr. Bettis, that's actually ongoing right now. It's been attempted. So you have to go to, I want to say it's LAFCO. There's an official process in order for them to do the analysis and approve that kind of land transfer. And it has to meet of anybody, of any governmental entity to a different governmental entity.
So are you saying that LAFCO is doing a cost analysis of possibly, or has somebody requested that we don't know, I don't know as a board member of that as a solution?
So I don't want to get ahead of my skis. I'm trying to answer.
There's a lot of information
Okay.
that we don't know.
As I was about to say, I don't want to get ahead of my skis. I am not 100% sure if it's LAFCO or the School District Formation Committee. So we can follow up with that information. But the point being, what you suggested is actually going on right now. It's not expected to be approved this time because conditions haven't changed since last time that they made the same request. So that work is ongoing. Go ahead.
So what's our data on inter-district transfers or within that geographical area? Or do you foresee that happening?
I would reach out to one of the other departments for that. So I don't have an answer for that right now.
They haven't studied.
Oh, I'm sure it's been studied, but it's not something I have readily available.
That's that question.
So why don't you make a note of your question? Because the facilities department, absolutely. The facilities department, though, is not responsible for the question that you're answering. So why don't you make a note of it and ask it to the appropriate person?
I'm requesting that, just get back to the whole board so we can fully understand the situation and the remedy. Apparently there's remedies going on that I'm not aware. Some of these board members are aware. And the privilege to have that, and other board members are not privileged to know that. And so
there's no information that one board member has that another board member doesn't have. That's not true.
LAFCO is doing a study.
They're not doing a study of Elk Grove Unified. Something's happening within Folsom Cordova and the city of Rancho Cordova. It's not with Elk Grove Unified.
Are you done, Mr. Fettis?
No. First of all, the demographic data that they presented today doesn't jive with this booklet. And also, it's 1 or 2 pages off. So I'll make that information to everybody. And nobody has raised the issue, or I haven't seen.
Mr. Bettis, is your microphone on?
Nobody has raised the issue. We have an elementary school in Franklin, the little town of Franklin, by Highway 5. What is happening on that piece of property? Was that mentioned in this report? Yes. So that's what that irks me. Is there a plan that we don't know, or I don't know as a board member? So there is a plot of land, and at one time it was proposed to ship all our disabled or students handicapped, like from Baker all the way over there. I didn't agree with that.
That's not true.
That's actually
That's not true.
So
that statement is not true.
What's the latest on that?
I think with our facilities master plan, we're going to go through, we're going to look at every single school site. And that will be one of them. And if there's a different recommendation for that, then that'll flush out with the.
Why wasn't that mentioned in this report?
Mr.
Because we're not
Bettis,
actively working on it. And we don't actively have a plan for it.
We don't. That's
No,
exactly what I thought.
But that doesn't mean a plan won't be developed for it, because our next facilities master plan will likely address that, because we'll take a look at every single school site.
Well, it should be on our present master plan. That's what I'm saying.
Mr.
Well, in our
Bettis,
present master plan, it was a functioning school.
Mr. Bettis, I will allow another question if it's in the form of a question and not an accusation or insinuation.
So, on that last page, future facility planning activities, is there a timeline for requests for proposals? Is there a timeline for facility master plan update for spring? And you mentioned, or somebody mentioned that they were going to do another one, 2024 to 2035. So is there an actual plan, a calendar that we could look at and give input on those particular subject matters? New school planning, new bond planning. Is there a master plan on all that? I'm very concerned in new bond planning, because it's 2024 is almost here. It's a matter of, months. So when are you going to share that, or when is our staff going to share that with us board members? And review facility use and joint use agreements. That's a concern I had with the Southgate recreation program. They have money to do one of the best golf courses over here, but they can't even put money over here in that area.
That sounds like an issue to take up with them and not with our staff.
So, it's our money too that we should go half. We usually go halves on that project. $500 million. That's it. That's little in the bucket that we have, the $500 million. And I can't see why we're not doing that. Again, we need to refill these positions in facilities unit. We cannot have vacant positions in that unit. We are a growing districts. We have a lot of modernization bond money. It doesn't make sense going for a bond, and when we are vacant, we have important positions vacant in that shop. And that tells me that we're not prepared to do these new things. So, and the fact that you plan to do contracting out, master architect, to go out to bids. Is this the first time we ever did this? I think.
No, we do an RFP for architects. We have architects working on every single project. Every project that has to have DSA approval needs an architect.
My last comment is that each of our facilities should have the highest technology, highest, what is it? Now they got 10. Fiber 10 or whatever. We should have the latest technology, internet services to our communities, so that right now we have an epidemic again. It's going up. Who knows what's going to mutate again? So we need to reevaluate how these new modernization monies help out the next pandemic or major disaster in our community schools. And that's another thing.
Mr. Pettis, I need you to wind up.
Okay.
It's a lot of answers.
Okay, last question. I know for a fact, okay, I just straight up answered. Any plans to have community clinics within our school facilities, high school, junior highs, because that is the plan, community schools. But yet we're not doing that. I don't see that mentioned within this report. How are we going to develop a high school, middle school, or elementaries to be acceptive of our community people to participate and give input, parents, students, and other people who come to our community schools?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Conclude.
Is that going to be included in your report? That's what I like to see.
Mr. Pettis?
You're
done. You're done. I'm going to make the concluding comment. So first off, there's just so much work that I need to recognize and appreciate. I'm going to start with the people right in front of me. Ms. Bell did not mention, but I want everyone to know that the student interns who did this work were selected from a pool of 200 applicants. So we really were very fortunate to get the cream of the crop. Thank you, Ms. Bell, for being so creative in the way that you formed this team. I think it really yielded the results that you wanted to see. Students, you did fantastic work. You know, a lot of us have been through internships. A lot of us have had interns. We know that it's not always a super valuable experience for the intern or for the organization. And I think what we're seeing today, I hope that they will agree, I think there was value added in both directions. So I want to thank you. I want to thank Ms. Coates and every member of the facilities division who has been doing all of this work and of course interacted with and supported the interns throughout the year. What you have presented today was a long, eagerly awaited update on all of the work that you have been engaged in. And really, as Mr. Fortune, I think, was alluding to, you've left us with some tools that are going to be incredibly helpful in our communications to the parents that are reaching out to us about these issues. So I'm just so grateful for the work that you have all done. And with that, colleagues on the board, we've had a request to come down off the dais and take a picture with our interns as we conclude this item. So 1 second.
Saying HB portability. Are you saying HB portability? I'm not saying
Mine. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right. Very good. Yeah. You're welcome. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's one more.
Come back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We said we have money for it.
Did we lose Mr. Hoffman?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Hoffman, let's talk time management. It looks like we have worked through our scheduled break and we are into our period that we had designated for lunch. So do we want to do our lunch break now for 30 minutes and then come back for the item 4?
Yeah, so a couple of things. First, I want to say thank you so much to the team and the students for a phenomenal presentation. It met all expectations, and just appreciate the entire department and all the work that was done. So thank you very much. My recommendation would be to go to lunch, do the half-hour lunch. Trying to stay kind of back on time. My recommendation would be to go come back and do the reducing exclusionary discipline item when we come back from lunch, and then do item 4, the review of the board handbook protocol piece to conclude the meeting. We don't need the closed session time today, so I think we'll be able to get pretty close to back on schedule at the end, just because there may be people looking for the exclusionary discipline probably more likely than the board protocols. I could be wrong, but I would recommend doing 5 and then finishing up the meeting with 4, and then the consent agenda to close things out.
I have a point of information.
Okay,
This
second.
agenda does not
Mr.
have
Pettis?
public comments.
I'm going to go to
Yes,
Ms. Jacobson, who raised her
All
hand
right.
first. Go ahead.
We do have 5 blue cards for
Yeah,
public
there's-
comment on item 4, just to let you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready to listen.
Okay. Did you have a comment on that?
Yes,
Can you not
there's-
shout, please?
Excuse me?
Can you not shout?
This calendar or this agenda does not have a section where we usually have comments from the public. And we should amend this agenda to include comments, general comments to the public.
Mr.
And-
Bettis,
Instructions,
Mr. Bettis, I'd like
instructions.
to respond to that. So if you heard the instructions I gave at the top of the meeting, and which you've heard countless times over your 10 years on the board, special meeting agendas do not include public comments for items not on the agenda pursuant to state law. So with that,
Excuse me, what was that? Say that again?
I'm not going to give you the information a third time in the same
This-
thing. We're moving on.
Workshops don't have that?
We're moving on, Mr. Bettis.
What?
So, Mr. Hoffman, we have multiple speaker slips for folks in the room who are here waiting for item 4. So I'm inclined.
Okay.
to keep-
I didn't
yeah, I'm
realize
inclined
that.
to keep
Okay.
the order that we have.
Yep.
Ms. Albiani, comments on this?
Would the board be open to hearing public comment and then taking our break? I know we are coming upon the time of picking up kids from school and such.
How many speaker slips do we have, Ms. Jamerson? 5. Ms. Albiani asked if the board would be open to taking public comment before taking a lunch break.
Yes, I agree.
We have 5.
We have 5. I have no
Yes.
objection, and I'm seeing heads nod. Okay, that is a good suggestion. Mr. Hoffman, folks in the room, we are going to take, so some understanding, we're going to take public comment for item 4, then take a break and resume item 4?
Yes.
Okay, that is the will of the board. So that is what we're going to do. Is staff ready to do that? I need to finish and then I'll come back to you. So is staff prepared to do that? Are we able to do that now? Just want to make sure everybody's ready because we're changing the plans in midstream. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. What is your question, Mr. Bettis?
You put a notice and you read the notice. And you notice, does it say that we will not take public comments during workshops or anything like that?
Posted on the
The
agenda.
instructions that I read,
Did you read?
and it is how every single special meeting that you've participated in a decade has operated.
Where is that at?
Okay, that sounds like a great thing.
It's on the website with the agenda. And that's why people have done what they've done, because they understood the process.
Okay, so we're going to move ahead. We are commencing item number 4. We're going to take the public comment on that item and then break and come back for the presentation. So let's see, let me get back on my script. Ms. Gerber, do we have any public comments via Zoom for this item?
Madam President, there are 2 comments via Zoom on this item. The first one is Elda Garcia. Not there. Okay, the second one, Joel Boyd.
Mr. Boyd let me know that he wasn't going to be able to make public comment, but he'll follow up with us.
Okay. Okay. So Mr. Boyd will follow up with us. So then that's the conclusion of Zoom public comments. Ms. Jamerson, do we have blue cards?
Yes, we do. We have first up, Emelina, followed by Heidi.
Can you tap the button on the microphone base? There you go.
Oh, there we go. I thought I was muted. So today I would like to make some comments regarding some behaviors that I observed here, from the board members, the last couple meetings. And one of them, such behavior of Gina Jamerson applauding and smiling when the comments here fuse towards her agenda. Another behavior that I would like to point out is, Michael Vargas admitting to his bias towards a very controversial issue and also happily saying that he was lobbying on that issue. And I think that behavior really causes division among the community. And then, the disrespect, when some of us come here to the podium and board members are eating and not making eye contact whatsoever. And really just being very indifferent to the concerns of parents that had come here and express their concerns about what's going on in the district regarding books and materials that are available to our children. And another thing that I would like to comment to is, I know Nancy Chidas is the chair, and she used the gavels when she feels it's necessary to intercept in someone's comment. Like in the last meeting, Mr. Perez wanted to say how happy he was that the group from the Miracle University program was here, and Nancy interrupted him and said no, you're out of order. But my question is, who uses the gavel on you when you reply twice to my comments here? You felt necessary to comment on my comments. So who gets to intercept on that? Because I don't think it's quite the right behavior. If someone wants to say, hey, I'm happy you're here, and you intercept, why you get to respond to certain things that I have come here and made my comment about it. And finally, the miscommunication, lack of transparency, miscommunication regarding what's going on. Supposedly there are a committee or advisory committee to take a look at school materials. Mr. Vargas said that there's one, Nancy said there's none. So, and I would like to be an active part. If there is one, I would like to be an active part of this advisory group.
Thank you. Your time is up.
No, my time is not up. Is that?
Yes, it is.
Oh, is it over? Okay.
Extra time.
All right. Well, there you go. Thank you.
We have Heidi followed by Charlotte. Thank you. I'm worried it's gonna pull the thing.
Okay, so I was looking through the docs attached to this agenda item. I found many interesting protocols, roles, and responsibilities that the board seems to be ignoring. For example, the docs indicate that the trustee should be an example of professionalism, to be dignified, treat everyone with dignity and respect, operate openly with trust and integrity, govern with civility, respecting differences of perspectives from parents and community members, just to name a few. Now I'd like to list several examples of how at least 3 of you have failed in your responsibilities. Most recently, I noticed that the board was allowing the librarian Stacy to only use her first name. I emailed Ms. Espinoza to question why they were allowing this when they have not allowed other members of the community to do the same previously. She stated that members of the public are not required to give their names as a condition of speaking. Yet, as one example, on April 18th, Ms. Jamerson demanded that a parent give their last name and interrupted them to do so. Ms. Espinoza did not stop Ms. Jamerson. No one has asked Stacy for her last name. Ms. Espinoza did not respond to me specifically after I pointed out this clear bias. And by the way, Ms. Espinoza accused me and others of doxing individuals. When I told her this was highly insulting and asked for proof, she had none. Instead of addressing concerns, she deflected and insulted me. There are several examples of bias, unprofessionalism, lack of respect, and more at the board meetings. In June, Ms. Jamerson and Ms. Espinoza showed their clear approval and agreement with individuals who called us bigots and more. Just because we were concerned about porn in our schools. Ms. Espinoza even ate chips and then licked her fingers during my comment, and it's all on your YouTube video. The unprofessionalism doesn't stop at the board meetings. Mr. Vargas rallied several individuals to come to the June meeting. He called us anti-LGBTQ activists, said we've been making discriminatory and offensive comments. Is it discriminatory to not want pornographic books available to our kids or to want to protect LGBTQ cute kids from you guys who apparently want them to use sex apps to hook up with strangers for easy sex. Mr. Vargas' comments falsely labeled us and created unnecessary division. Ms. Jamerson also said the following in a group after that meeting, quote, "Thank you so much for being friendly faces and supportive words to counterbalance the hate and bigotry we've had to listen to at the last board meetings." So Ms. Jamerson said we're hateful bigots for being concerned parents. These are just a few examples, but clearly you can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Charlotte, followed by Vero.
Thank you for adjusting the schedule. We as parents have been consistently asking for transparency. If board meetings are reviewed, you can clearly see many members show how biased they are. So for fun, you guys like numbers. 57% of you show your true side. This truly shows how out of touch you are with our children. You were voted in to represent our children. You are not being inclusive. Being biased and focused on one agenda surely shows discrimination. Let me give you the definition. Treatment or consideration of or making a distinction in favor or against a person or thing based on the group, class, or category to which that person or thing belongs to, rather than on individual merit. Bias, a particular tendency, trend, feeling, or inclination. You keep claiming that you want parental participation, but ignore the parents who come to advocate for their children. Let me just remind you, you've already heard it. So we have seen clapping and showing a biased opinion. We've seen eating during public comment, fixing makeup, but the best of all is the rolling of the eyes. Making faces, creating more divisive community with biased, discriminating comments on social media. Unfortunately, parents with the best advocacy and best intentions for our children are ignored. We are told by you, you want the best for our children. Parental rights are not partisan. The push for social justice issues is causing more hate, division, more anxiety, and mental health issues. It doesn't matter what race you are, what religion you are, what political party you are, that you're affiliated with. So 2/3 of American children are not reading on grade level. Just look at the dismal testing scores, and I went over them. It is the time to get away from the divide, the partisanship, the bias, the discrimination, and put the children and families first. If you can't learn to manage all the differences and diversity in this district, by all means, resign. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vero, followed by Emily Ottenreith.
The board has not been transparent. Parents and citizens of EGUSD demand transparency. While you have been transparent as to where your political views stand, which is why you probably have yet to remove books that contain pornographic material, therefore not being effective as a board. Regarding your role in public and being effective trustees, please abstain from eating and touching up makeup on our time. It's very disrespectful to the speaker and lacks professionalism. I understand you probably have been working tireless hours to try and figure out the process in removing the pornographic books and maybe skip lunch, but you can always call for a break. We all know that there is a diverse range of views in our community, and that's great. Problem lies when there's lack of deliberation regarding parents' concerns that have been brought before this board time after time, and yet nothing has been done. How is that being effective? Do you not recognize and respect the views of the majority of parents that are representing their children? And I say majority because many parents and students are afraid to speak out. Remember the young Indian American student who spoke at the recent board meeting here? He was a recent graduate of EGUSD. He personally reached out to me and stated he was ready to speak out as he had already graduated high school. He stated, in quotes, "Stop politicizing our high schools." As one of you once mentioned, I want to admit, I'm very biased when it comes to our LGBTQ kids. That's huge, right? Having pro-LGBTQ curriculum across the board, well, almost across the board, we're getting there. Your role is to make sure teachers provide students with an education, not indoctrination to ideologies. Remember the Indian American students? If students could voice their concerns without retaliation, I am certain they would. But they want to be avoid called a bigot, white supremacist, and so on. Now that's hate speech. There was also a young lady who is a recent graduate who showed me pictures of the LGBTQ mural at the Pleasant Grove High School and stated she didn't understand why it was there. Does it represent the majority? Do you think other students think the same? Oh, wait, I forgot the American flag offends certain people, and we can't offend them by removing it and possibly create a new mural with a big American flag, the Liberty Bell, and an eagle. Lastly, involve parents if you want to be an effective board. Like Newsom recently stated at Miwok Elementary, and Nancy was there, in opposition to the parents like myself that were at the state capitol fighting bad bills like AB 665, AB 957, and AB 1078. There is no state in America that supports local control and parental engagement like the state of California. Will you guys stand for that? And let me not forget, when they talk about hate, there was a librarian here by the name of Jess Carlson that once told me, get out of here, you don't belong here. Why? Because I'm Mexican? Is that why? What will you do to protect Mexicans like me and the African-American students that have been here as well? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Emily.
This board is governed by California's Brown Act, which ensures open governance and fairness. In part, it requires you to give the public an opportunity to address you on any item of interest to the public that is within your subject matter jurisdiction. This board provides a period of public comment on non-agendized items at every regular meeting, not special meeting, and I appreciate your clear desire to be fair and legal in this area. As you consider public comment policies today, I want to remind you that breaking the law is not in your subject matter jurisdiction. This board has been asked numerous times in recent public comment to violate the law regarding two key issues: discrimination and free speech. First, federal and state law prohibit discrimination against students based on certain actual or perceived characteristics. Many recent public comments have asked you to discriminate against students based on their sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, which are protected classes. Would you allow the public to comment, demanding that we do not discuss any of the other classes? Imagine being asked that schools not discuss that people are male or female. How about students' race, color, national origin, or ethnic group? Could someone demand that we not represent students' ages, religions, or parental statuses, or their physical or mental disabilities? Absolutely not. They would be asking you to do something discriminatory and illegal, not to mention appalling. Those who demand that we erase LGBTQ representation from the curriculum are no different from those who have demanded that we erase other historically marginalized populations from their children's educations. This is outside of your subject matter jurisdiction because you do not have the right to choose discriminatory curriculum or practices. Second, the First Amendment protects students' right to read, and banning books violates this right, as the Supreme Court ruled in 1969. A 1982 ruling found that the freedom of speech includes the right to receive information and ideas, including those that are controversial, unpopular, or offensive to some. In a June 2023 letter to California academic leaders citing these rulings, our governor, attorney general, and state superintendent stated, quote, access to books, including books that reflect the diverse experiences and perspectives of Californians, and especially those that may challenge us to grapple with uncomfortable truths, is a profound freedom that we must all protect and cultivate. Curricular decisions must be made based on legitimate pedagogical interests and not an attempt to prescribe what shall be orthodox in politics, nationalism, religion, or other matters of opinion, or because of ideological opposition, unquote. We who support students' rights would never ask you to erase representation of Christian, straight, or white people. This would be asking you to violate the law and step outside of your subject matter jurisdiction. I therefore implore this school board to disallow comments that discriminate against LGBTQ inclusion in the curriculum or call for book bans, as they are not legal.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment on item 4 on today's agenda. We are going to recess and come back at 1 p.m. to continue item 4. Thank you.
Madam President. Madam President. Madam President.
Okay, folks, we are going to continue at 1:03 PM. And we are still on item 4. We are going to extend our public comment because Mr. Boyd, who was not able to connect earlier, is able to connect now. So we're going to try to get Mr. Boyd on. Mr. Boyd, we can see you connected. It looks like your camera's off and you're muted. Can you hear me, Mr. Boyd? Okay. Looks like he is not available after all. So we are closing public comment again on item number 4. We have done both Zoom and Blue Cards on review of board protocols and handbook, and I'm going to call on Mr. Hoffman to present the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I apologize if my voice goes in and out. The afternoons are not as good as the morning, but looking forward to this conversation. We do it every year. It gives the board the opportunity to look at their current protocols and see if we want to make any adjustments. So we'll go through several slides. Is somebody going to be able to put the slideshow up on the screen for me?
Yeah, Mr. Cerruti is positioned to do that.
Awesome, thank you. Okay. So the topics that we'll cover today, the board meeting, the actual agenda itself, we'll do a quick review of that. My recommendation is I'll share that information, not have a discussion, and move on to the student board reports. And then Mr. Cerruti will give that information, allow the board to provide any comments with regards to that second bullet. And then we'll go to the board handbook updates, and there'll be a few things that the board had already indicated that they wanted to discuss. And I know since the posting of the agenda, a couple of members have a couple other ideas, so we can talk about all those things that the board is. And at the same time, that would be a good opportunity to provide feedback on the first bullet, the board meeting agenda format. I think those two kind of fit together well. Once the handbook conversation is over with, we will flip back and ask Ms. Coates to come up, and she will talk about the board subcommittee for the finance committee, as well as our significant and immediate need for support with folks to fill some of the open Measure M oversight committee positions. So with that, we can move to the next slide. And this is, again, we'll talk a little bit more, but this was a little bit of a conversation with individual board members and also with cabinet of just trying to make sure our board agendas are as easy to follow for our communities and for staff, as well as when staff is creating the public comment form that we do online. The more topics there are, the more complicated that gets. And so over the years, we have added a number of non-traditional items to our agenda. And examples are LCAP update, budget update, facilities update, race and educational equity. Just over time, topics became front of mind for the board, so we added them as separate items on the agenda. In reality, those are reports and/or discussion items. They are situation where we need to have a public hearing and/or they are an action item. So as we go through this and we have the conversation, our recommendation is to eliminate some of the specific titles and rely on the discussion report item, the action item, and the public hearing items. And then the topics will show up underneath those so people will know the topics that we're talking about. But we just think it's a little bit cleaner process. But well, again, we can talk more about this when we get to the third bullet with the protocol. So I'm interested in the board's feedback on that. The next slide, I'm going to turn over to Mr. Cerruti.
Hold on, Hoffman. Yes, Mr. Pettis.
This handout we have right here that we were given this morning.
Yes, it
doesn't jive with the presentation we have here. So is there pages missing or added
Yeah, yeah. You didn't get a handbook. Excuse me, you didn't get a handout. You got a copy of our board-approved governance handbook.
Okay,
It's not a copy of the presentation.
so we have a copy of this.
It is in your agenda.
We don't have a copy of this.
It is in your agenda. I'm looking at mine right now.
It's in our agenda.
Yes.
Online.
Okay.
Posted online.
Okay.
So
go ahead,
he
Mr. Hoffman.
is talking about the agenda item that we downloaded, correct?
I don't know what that means. If you need help accessing agenda materials, you're
I have it
welcome
right
to
here.
step off the
Yeah, I have it
dais.
right here. I have it
Okay,
right
that's-
here. That's why I want to get cleared, because that was not, I thought that this could have been an update to what we received last week. So this.
Information is exactly the same. The handbook is the the currently approved version of the handbook. We want to make sure the board had that for their reference. We posted that so the public had access to it as well. And then this presentation is exactly the same as we posted on Friday.
Okay, let's proceed, Mr. Hoffman.
Hold on here.
No, we're going to proceed, Mr. Bettis. Go ahead, Mr. Hoffman.
Okay, so with that, we're going to talk about the student board reports, and Mr. Cerruti is going to take that part forward.
Thank you, Superintendent Hoffman, and good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board, and Ms. Avalos. This is just a reminder to the public that there was an interest that was expressed by the board to give consideration to an expanded version of what we had been doing for a number of years, which are high school board reports. And there was an interest, as it's noted, to expand the information from typically what we have done in the past grades 9 through 12 to a pre-K-12 focus. And we piloted that at 3 board meetings this past year on March 7th, April 4th, and April 18th. And the direction or what we request the board is to provide direction and feedback in terms of the desired format for the student board reports for this coming school year. And so the high school reports, the past practice, as it's noted there, 2 presentations per year. So it's 13 meetings a year, September through May, 2 to 3 high schools per board meeting. We keep the school presentations to approximately 5 minutes per school, 2 student board representatives per school. And we focus them on academic, educational equity, and then athletic activity highlights in that order. And the proposed is it's a regional presentation. It's what we had piloted, as we mentioned. The one correction I do want to make on the PowerPoint here is where it says 10 presentations. In conversations with our Elk Grove Charter principal and our alternative ed schools is they would prefer to be embedded within our regions. So that's how they will do it. So it would reduce it from 10 to 9 presentations. So I just want to point that out. And it notes student representatives actually from the elementary, middle, and high schools. And I also just want to point out it was a really collaborative effort that took place across the regions. Our principals were involved with it, staff were involved with it, students were involved. So it actually does not only the presentations themselves have an expanded scope, but it certainly involves many, many more staff and many more kids. Next slide, please. Thank you. The benefits, as I just noted, it expands the number of opportunities for regional and student staff collaboration, and it strengthens that regional bond that we're working on all the time in our regional schools. Next slide, please. And here's what the timeline would be. There are the 9 meetings and the dates, beginning with Laguna Creek on September 19th and concluding with the Pleasant Grove region on May 7th. And with that, if there's any feedback or direction from the board, it would be greatly appreciated, because if the board wants to remain in status quo, we will move in that direction. And if the board would like to move in the pilot direction, we will get our schools working on that. And if there's anything in between, we're open to that as well.
So you've got 4 topics on this item. Do you want us to give feedback as we go or wait till the end?
I'll defer to Superintendent Hoffman on that.
And Madam Chair, I think this one is kind of succinct and kind of a standalone. So I think it makes sense to have this conversation. The next one with the handbook could go in a variety of different directions. So I think this one, because it's so tight, I just have that conversation.
Okay, so we shall pause now. Colleagues, we have a proposal to change the way we do our student board reports from the way we've traditionally done them to the way we did the last 3. I will take Mr. Fortuna. Go ahead.
Thank you. Excuse me. One of the points you shared, Mark, was the fact that the presentations that we had strengthened those regional bonds.
Yes, sir.
Every single staff person, teacher, principal, vice principal, whatever, just thoroughly enjoyed the preparation and that collaboration and the ability to do something as a region. And that alone for me is a reason to go forward with it. But beyond that, what we achieved was having a presentation that was inclusive of all grade levels, and that just has a lot of benefit. The other thing it did, which those kinds of presentations will always do, it drew their parents here. And so it strengthens that relationship also. So I've been supportive of this for a long time, and certainly would like to see the format change to the regional presentation as we go forward.
Well said. We are essentially giving guidance to staff to make this change. I don't believe it requires a formal vote, but we are going to want to do a bit of a straw poll. Mr. Perez?
On page 3, is this proposal that we want to change? There's 2 formats.
We're not talking about page 3, sir. We're talking about, oh, okay, but what we're talking about right now and trying to give guidance to staff is on the format of the student board report. So do you have a question or comment on that?
On the student what?
Board reports.
Moving to the regional presentation instead of just
What Carmen just eloquently described.
Yeah, I like that, but yet I would suggest that they put more social media and a film together and get more internet interaction from their committees at that school site. You know, we have the technology and the television media at some schools that they could almost produce a presentation with the amount of time. I like the format, but yet I like them to use technology and the social media and that they have access to, but I didn't see it in their presentation. And I know that they are capable to do that, but that's what I suggest.
Okay, well, I remember at least 2 of the 3, including videos and other multimedia. I'm not sure if you mean multimedia instead of social media, but we agree that we like that direction. I'm seeing a lot of heads nod. So Mr. Cerruti, Mr. Hoffman, I think we would love to see you implement that change.
We'll be back on September 19th with Laguna Creek. Thank you for your direction.
Yeah. Mr. Hoffman, I believe we're on slide 10, handbook updates.
Yep, sounds good. So this one is a little bit of, as a superintendent, you get a little bit queasy when things are just going to open up. But this is going to be an open conversation for the board with regards to topics and things within the handbook and protocols that you'd like to discuss. Things that did come through in one-on-one conversations and other things was ideas around maybe some augmentations to how we do public comment, whether we want to keep the future agenda item on the regular agenda. The next 2 bullets came from a member that got to me before we posted. And the 3rd bullet is just making sure whenever we have a a new tool that we're actually using with regards to the board self-evaluation. So in the current document, we just say we reference that a tool will be developed. So we'll just change the language to confirm that we now have a tool and have that in place. And then we did make a change with regards to the finance committee, and that may change again down the road. We're gonna have a little bit of a conversation today, but we'll just make sure the language in the handbook matches the action that the board took already. So the third and fourth bullets are pretty easy. They're just matching language. So I'll go back to bullet 1 and 2, and then after that, the board. I know there's individual members that have other topics they want to discuss as well that we didn't have before the posting of the agenda. So public comment. I know there's the board has a very strong desire and has shown that over years to hear public comment and make sure that that's a vital part of our meetings. And so, but there was also the conversation around the balance of public comment and all the other important topics that are on the agenda. So I'm going to open that up and I'll let the board have that conversation. The future agenda item, this is one we've actually changed a couple of times already. It used to be other items from the floor. We made an adjustment to future agenda items. It still ends up causing us some challenges when a member brings up a topic at the end of the meeting and then is asking the board to make a decision on whether it shows up on a future agenda item, but we're not supposed to discuss that topic. But it's very difficult for a member to be able to share what they're thinking and for other members to have enough information about that to make a decision about whether that is a reasonable future agenda item. So we played around with it a couple of different ways, and it continues to be a challenge. So in a couple of one-on-one conversations, the idea came up of not having the future agenda item as a item on the agenda. Use our current process, which is to have an individual member contact the board president and the superintendent about an item. We do everything we can to get that item on a future agenda item. If a member did that process and then felt that that wasn't working and they still wanted the rest of the board to decide whether an item could be on the agenda that the president and superintendent weren't moving forward, that we would actually add that item underneath an action on a future agenda, and then we would actually post it. So then the member could eloquently explain what it is that they want as an agenda item. Other board members could ask questions about it, and then we could take a vote on whether it shows up on a future agenda item. But it just helps us get away from the challenges we've had sometimes of not discussing an item that's not on the agenda. So I'll open up those two bullet points. I think we have conversations around those two, open to the board's direction on that. Again, not a vote. We're just listening for feedback. And then I do believe that there's members that have other topics within the handbook and protocols they'd like to discuss as well.
I'm going to go back to the top one here, potential changes to public comment protocols. I will start and then I'm going to open it up to any other suggestions folks have. So in discussions about how to deal with the fact that we are increasingly running over our time and not completing the work that we need to do, one suggestion that came up was to add to our public comment instructions and rules that if we have over 15 speakers for a specific item or for items not on the agenda, that we will automatically drop down from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. There's not language to review. We're talking about this. If we were to give that guidance to staff, they would draw up the language and bring it back to us, and we would take official action at that point. So I just want to know what folks think about that. Ms. Albiani, I'll start with you.
I am in support of such an idea. I believe that our public brings us important information, but we do see that when things are repetitive, and we can't get to the actual business of running the district. It is a hindrance, and so that's a fine balance. I want to encourage any public that's out there to always know that if you do write to us, we read those. I always make sure I've read all my things before I go to a board meeting. And that's another way to communicate with us as well in writing to the entire board. And that's made quite simple off the district website. So I think over 15 items going to 2 minutes is very reasonable. I think it's very important. It's clear because I've met people who were, and I recall as a parent coming here when they were going to make kindergarten classes bigger and speaking, and how nerve-wracking that was for me. And so I had prepared a speech that was 3 minutes long, and then I was allowed to speak for a minute, because at that point, that board had, if you had over 20 people, you were down to a minute. And so it did, just not knowing that kind of threw me. So I'm in support of finding the right limits. And I'm in support of making them clear, being posted with our blue cards, and being put on the board meeting. I think that's the most important part. We are not trying to not listen to people. Please feel free to write to us. Please feel free to come talk to us. And, but we do have to do the business of a very large school district in a limited amount of time.
Thank you, Ms. Albiani. Mr. Vargas?
Okay. My little light doesn't work. I support it as well. I think it's a good idea. It's far more efficient than going until 1 o'clock, midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. I want to echo what Ms. Albiani said around, like, we need a runway so that this is not a surprise to anybody who comes in. So whatever that runway looks like, a month, 2 months, having it as part of the agenda early and saying this is not, this has not been implemented yet, but we want to warn you repeatedly that this is coming, I think would be helpful as well, because we don't want to get to a point and then have somebody come and be surprised. So.
Very good suggestions. Mr. Yang?
Before I answer to that question, I think that there's more to than just that suggestion, because we got 30 minutes as the duration of the whole public comment on that item, right? So is that, the question before we make that decision is, are we willing or not willing to expand that or extend that 30 minutes? Because we could go to 2 minutes as an agreement, but I just say we have 30 speakers, right? That 2 minutes multiplied by 30, that's an hour, right? So are we saying that the cutoff is absolutely 30 minutes? That's a better question to me.
That's a good question. So at this time, I'm not proposing that we eliminate that language that you're talking about, which is in our rules, and I read it out every single meeting. I have not been implementing that, and I don't think we've been implementing it in any time that I remember.
Right.
So my suggestion would be to leave it there in case we need it and use it as needed.
Yeah, the reason why I say that, because we have seen it many times when I am a part of this board 2.5 years ago, we have seen it multiple times exceeding 15 speakers. So I think that the language has to be somewhat catered to the flexibility of what we try to provide to the speakers. So if we just specifically talk about the 15 minutes, when we reach that 15 speakers, we're gonna reduce it to 2 minutes per each speaker. I think that's kind of like leave too much room for mistakes for us. So if we could somewhat implement the language where it gives more options, and I agree to the point that we do have other items to address to do our business. I do agree to that, but we have to be careful of how we write the language to first, to let the public know, and second, to make sure that we are being fair.
Absolutely. Ms. Jamerson?
I hear Mr. Vang's, Yang, I'm so sorry. I've never called you that. I'm so sorry. I hear his concern. So with putting the time limit and kind of enforcing that, a whole time limit, I worry that then we cut off people. And I feel like if you made the effort as a community member to come and be here, then we need to be able to hear you. So I do support the idea of reducing it to 2 minutes when we get to a certain number of people. So, but in terms of the overall amount of time, I'm not in favor of cutting off people.
Or making
And
mandatory.
just clarification on that. So my intention is not to cut people not to speak, but if we don't make that clear, then we are not providing fairness. That's my point.
So be clear
yeah,
that could.
exactly. So make sure that we let people know that, hey, you know what? When you reach 15 speakers, we're going to reduce to 2 minutes, but there is no limitation as how many speaker, right? So we got to be clear on that.
There may or may
Yeah.
not be. It's in the rule.
Right, exactly. That's all I'm saying is we have to be clear on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I would love to have everybody who comes out to speak have the ability or give them the time to speak. I think that's fair to give that honor to them.
I think that's been our practice and the priority of this board. Isabella, any questions, comments?
I support this. I think it's a great way to increase efficiency, as long as we do give the public due time to process it.
Okay, Mr. Fortuna?
Kind of amused by the conversation and I'll explain why. Over and over again, we make an effort, making an effort is kind of kind. Over and over again, we pat ourselves on the back for being a school district that champions parent involvement and community involvement. Here we're talking about limiting their ability to address the board. And I don't understand that. I get frustrated, probably as others do, when there's so much repetitive presentation going on. And given that the times when we have had a large number of people, I would say generally the groups have been somewhat organized, and one would think that that message could get to people who want to address the board, that it isn't necessary to repeat what 15 other people have said before you. But I guess I'm at a place that, one, I support the continuance of the 3 minutes for speaking. If there are a number of people wanting to speak such that it would go over our 30 minutes that have been designated, we can talk about it, because it hasn't happened. But, one of my concerns is, what if we had a topic where there's a lot of people and the first 15 are just one side? What happens to the other people? They don't get to talk. So, I think we have to agree that irrespective of the time impact, that all persons wanting to address the board have a right to do that and will be allowed to do it. We could certainly, if we were in a place where the requests were voluminous, we could certainly address the time limit for speaking, but right now I would leave things alone.
Okay, I just want to be really clear that the proposal is not to across the board go from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, only in the case where there's 15 or more within that category, right?
And ignoring the 30 minutes. Because again, the way in which the blue cards come in, if you got 60 people and you go, okay, we got 60 people, we're going to limit it to 2 minutes each. And excuse me, you got 30 minutes and we're going to limit it to 2 minutes each. And the first 30 cards are just for one side. The other 30 don't get a chance to
Okay.
talk.
Okay, I hear you. I want to address that. First off, it's statistically pretty improbable, right? We could see, let's say, an organized effort to kind of game the rules, and
Right.
I'm with you. We have to account for that. I think that in a circumstance like that, that is where the chair would make the call to say, we're going to waive this because we need to hear from a broader array. And I realize that requires trust, right? And whoever's, I'm speaking, please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me, Mr. Bettis. I realize that requires trust in whoever's sitting in the center square going forward. What I would offer as evidence of the fact that I think this board can handle that responsibility is the fact that we've had that 30-minute cutoff for years and we have not used it.
No.
So that's what gives me faith that, we can handle it. If I turn out to be wrong on that, we come back and we change this. So it's just about, let's try this one thing. Yeah. Yeah. Forgot what else I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Anything else, Mr. Fortuna?
Nope.
Okay, we're gonna go to Mr. Bettis, but I also did just really want to clarify that in no way am I suggesting that it's the public's fault or anything like that our meetings run this long. That's not at all the case. Obviously, we have a management issue ourselves. I could talk a lot more about that, but I'm not going to. But this is one tool that we're looking at to be able to make sure that we get our work done. So just, I want to be fair about that.
So it seems like we always, or most of the time, we go over 30 minutes. Why don't we just extend that to an hour so that we won't be sort of overlap or schedule all the time? So put it an hour. If we only have folks come up and the total time is only 30 minutes, then we'll finish our meeting earlier. Because so far I felt like we set up for failure because 30 minutes, we have exceed that every single time. So we set up for failure. That's why we have failed. So why don't we just extend that to an hour? And if we don't reach an hour, that's great. We already gonna finish our meeting earlier. Because the 30 minutes, we are so off. We go in like an hour, 2 hours, and that's when we look at our schedule in terms of the time that you guys put on the agenda, we are so off. So I think by setting it up that way, we are completely set up for failure.
Okay, I'll go to you, Mr. Bettis, after I respond. Well, he asked me, so I'm going to respond and then I'm going to go to you, okay? So I hear what you're saying as let's move towards transparency. However, by adding on hours of built-in public comment time per meeting, it kind of goes in the opposite direction of our goal of trying to achieve what we're doing in a timely fashion, right? And after like 9 p.m., all of the folks whose job it is to be here are nodding off and really struggling to, provide a professional presentation and respond to our detailed questions. And I worry about them driving home safely and all that stuff. So I'm really not in favor of extending the full meeting time.
But the reality, what I'm saying to you is that's what we've been doing. And that's what we're going to continue doing anyway. So instead of set up for failure, I agree with you, just so that you know that. But the reality is we are already doing that and going to do that. So instead of setting our time to 30 minutes, make it look good, we know it's not going to be the reality of it. So why don't we just extend it to an hour? So, yeah.
Hold on, Ms. Jamerson. I'm going to go to Mr. Bettis. I'll come back to Ms. Jamerson. Did you still have comments or did you already make them?
that would work because of the fact that, you know, when we get our agenda, and if there's, and you have a time block, and you have an hour for public comment, and there's less, that means the agenda.
Can you turn your microphone on, sir?
Our agenda has a time block for each subject.
Estimates, yes.
Estimate.
Our
And
agenda,
then
our
if you
version, the
put
public
an
doesn't even
hour
see the
for,
estimates.
Public comments, and there's less, that would mean that this whole agenda time block would go up. If it was half an hour, when we had an hour, the items would go up a half an hour, and then you would have people thinking, oh, I'm gonna go to the meeting at 20:15 because that's when the agenda item would be. That's what, you know, that's what I think would most likely happen in your ideal. And it could go beyond that too, because the fact that we might have 100, you know, beyond an hour. You know, there's school districts, they listen to 2 hours of public comments. That's the norm sometimes in school, in LA or San Diego, these big districts. They go beyond an hour, I tell you that. And it's our duty to listen to everybody 3 minutes, you know, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pettis. Ms. Jamerson?
Never mind. I think I'm fine.
Okay. So
I got the last one. Yeah.
Yeah, you just made it.
No, that was referring to him. That was, I haven't had my time to discuss this issue. I was reflecting on his comment. So I have how much time do I have?
There's not a time limit. We just asked that you be succinct
No,
so that we could finish our
we
business.
have talked before that we have an actual time. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Okay. Put the clock on 5 minutes.
Nope. If you've got anything substantive to move this conversation forward, you're
Okay.
welcome to say it or ask it now.
This, I disagree 100%. Seems like some people want to go home and have a cocktail early. And it's our
That's rude.
responsibility to listen to every individual who walks in here and fills out that report 3 minutes. If they want to do a presentation less than
Mr.
3
Pettis, I'm
minutes,
gonna ask
they
you to
have
not
the
shout.
opportunity to do that. So you know what? What's the difference?
Mr. Pettis, I'm going to ask you to not shout.
Okay, I just like, I think I'm in the classroom, make sure the people way back
You've
there.
got a
can hear
microphone
me.
right in front of you.
Okay, so you know what? If people want to take 3 minutes, they're going to take 3 minutes. If they're going to take 2 minutes, they will take 2 minutes.
You're
They
still
want
shouting.
one in their presentation. And I don't understand the rationale. The rationale that you said that was ridiculous. It was, what's your words you say? Amusing. You know, that we cannot manage our time. Maybe we ought to go to time management of the California School Board Association and learn how to manage this.
Oh, we
Our time
definitely
is
should.
Subject matter.
Okay,
I'm
noted.
not finished. How much time I have? 2 more minutes?
Nope, just wrap up, sir.
Okay, so maybe, yeah, maybe this board needs to go to time management meetings of the California School Board Association. This public comment issue it seems like, you know, you don't want to listen to our community, our parents, our students, et cetera, et cetera. It's amusing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pettis. I think Ms. Albiani really expressed in practice how this could work, right? If you can say it in 3 minutes, you can say it in 2 if you have to. My other colleagues on the board really expressed how important it is to them to give proper noticing of any change and to make sure that we really inform the public about any change that we might make. And I think I'm hearing that we want to maintain that flexibility, frankly, in both directions, right? About it may be more than 30 minutes, but we don't want to, you know, make that mandatory as well. The last thing I heard is about, sorry, there's a lot going on up here. I think I heard consensus that we want this, I'm sorry, not consensus. I think I heard a majority say that we want to implement this change. This is not an action item. We don't have language in front of us. We will get to that point. So I'm not going to do that.
I voted, I did not agree with this
Noted. You're on the record, sir. You're on the record. Everybody is on the record for that. So we do have guidance from the board on the direction in which we want to move. Mr. Hoffman, is that sufficient for you to get staff to draft the changes?
I think we have enough. I appreciate the conversation.
Okay, so that's the first bullet under this
Yes, ma'am.
item that we have just addressed.
Yes.
Nancy, before we move forward, can I make one more comment toward that?
If you do it.
So we gonna put, or at least that's what my assumption is based on what you alluded to as majority, is that we're gonna put the 15 speaker. When we reach that, we're gonna reduce 2 minutes. So I think that we should put the language where we are not gonna limit to the 30 minutes if we exceed that. But our goal is, our hope is to cap at 30 minutes. I think it's necessary to put that in there because we gonna put that 15 speaker on there. I think that it's fair to say we need to put that, there's no limit. Yeah, because I get what you're saying earlier, that the way that we practice, we're gonna exceed the 30 minutes, but we still put that 30-minute on the paper.
So I think we need that flexibility, but I see two hands. I'm gonna go to Ms. Albiani first.
I wanted to be clear. Well, when the subject comes up, we will count the public comment and everybody will have the same opportunity. The first 15 people don't speak for 3 minutes, then people speak for 2 after that. It's 2 minutes for everybody. We had an extreme amount of public comment when I was president as during our COVID days. And we did as a board at times when we had over 30 public comments, make them for a minute. So I just want to be sure we reserve that as well for ourselves. I think this is a step in the right direction. And even when if you go to start a subject and you have 30, we might want to think about as a board going to 1 minute at that point. But the important part, I think, for everybody here is that it is fair and it is clear. And so it is, and when I heard other people talk, I felt like you were thinking it was going to be everybody gets 3 minutes up to 15 people and then it goes to 2 minutes. But my understanding and what my hope is that it's 2 minutes for everybody. We have many cards on this tonight. According to our policy, we'll be doing 2-minute public comments on them. Boom, because they're done by category when they're turned in. Correct, Nancy?
Yeah, the latter is my intention. Okay. Yes, Mr. Bettis.
When they submit this form to you, how are you as a board?
Can you hit your microphone button?
When you get these forms, how are you as a board chair going to determine if this individual is going to speak negatively or positive or for or against, yay or nay? And when you're determining these 15 individuals have the first things, I don't understand how you're going to do that.
That's a good question. The vice chair runs public comment in our protocols. I think we would be relying on the public to let us know.
Well,
Well, the other piece is,
With their voices.
if I can jump in, what you could do, in our new boardroom, there's going to be 2 podiums. So you can say everybody who supports the item, move over here, and everybody else over there.
An idea.
Why would we do that?
So folks, I feel like we're getting into the weeds a little bit with the hypotheticals.
That's the fact.
Okay, I think we've given staff enough to work with. Go ahead, sir.
one thing I think, so this makes sure I'm clear. So if there were 17 comments, we'd make the decision to go to 2 minutes, but all 17 people would get to speak, provided that we didn't, put in the 30-minute limit. If there were 25 or 30 people, because it's 15 or more, we would limit it to 2 minutes. But we're not saying that we would cut it off to the first 15 people. We're just saying all the people speaking on that topic, pro or con, we're going to listen to you, but you're each going to get 2 minutes. Instead of getting 3 minutes, which will make it a little bit more efficient. But I don't think I heard we're not allowing everybody who wanted to speak on the topic speak on the topic.
That's correct.
Yep, you heard correct.
Last thing I'm going to say is that this should go to the legal council that we have and get their approval, yay or nay too. Because I don't think
You'll be
it's
glad to know
legitimate.
that all of our bylaw
Plenty
changes
legal.
are by legal counsel.
Well, I didn't see this on that form.
That's because
that
there's
it
no
would-
language to review yet, sir. Okay, let's move ahead. The third bullet here on this item, language confirming agreement.
Second.
Go ahead,
Bullet
sir.
two.
Go ahead.
Bullet two.
Go ahead.
We want to look at bullet two before we go to
Oh,
bullet.
did I skip?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wishful thinking. Okay.
And so again, this one is kind of this has been work in progress over the years. This item has traditionally been on our agenda, and it has been there was originally other items from the floor where anything came up, and that got us in trouble where we hadn't had discussions that weren't agendized. So we moved it to this. It's been a little better, but it still is a challenge because it's very difficult for an individual member to explain what it is that they want as a future agenda item in a way concisely enough that other members can't ask questions about it, because then it turns into a conversation. So again, the idea is we use our regular format, which we do for the vast majority of items, as we work through the superintendent, work through the board chair. If at some point that member doesn't think that that's working for them, then they let us know, and we would add that specific item requested for a future agenda item onto an action item on the board, and then we'll have a summary of what the member's asking for. That member could speak to it because it's an agendized item. Other members could ask questions about it. They vote on it, and then we make the determination of whether it shows up on a future item. So that's what I heard in the conversations about an idea. So I'll turn it back over.
Yeah, this should sound familiar to the board because it's the process I've been asking folks to use all year. We're really just talking about codifying it. So just to recap, the current process that we have it really sets us up for failure, right? It's impossible to give your board colleagues enough information to make a decision and stay within the bounds of the Brown Act at the same time. So it really doesn't work. I have asked that you go to the superintendent and the president, who are the folks who are responsible for putting together the agenda, with whatever the issue is, and work together collaboratively. I think that process has worked really well this year to determine, does it have to be a board presentation during a meeting? Is there another way to address this issue? Is there, information items like, is there already work going on, right? Sequencing of the work, all of that really has to happen and cannot happen when we act on the fly during a meeting. So what I would like to see is really just kind of a codification of the process that I've been asking for and we have mostly been using this year. Yeah, so I want to hear thoughts. Go ahead, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. One more thing before you go. Really critical. So just to recap, the full thing that I asked folks is, please give me and Mr. Hoffman a chance, or whoever the president is and Mr. Hoffman a chance. And if you're not satisfied at the outcome of that, you are completely within your rights to still come back and ask for something to put on the agenda. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I think this item is very important. I think this item, to me, it represents voice and inclusion as far as the board member. So to me, I think instead of eliminating it, I would rather prefer expanding it. So by taking out taking off of our agenda, I think that really limiting our voices as a board, because as our current protocol stands, the chair and the chair and the superintendent basically initiates what's going to be on the agenda. And I know that we do have our 2 cents to come to you folks, you two, to talk about it. That I get it. But I think the transparency of being on this dice being recorded publicly and able to put a motion on an agenda you want to see on a future agenda, I think that's very representing what transparency is and the public, because we're being transparent to the public. And I think that's the best form of doing this. And as I have seen, since this item has been on our agenda protocol, I don't see the red flag where we should take it off. The reason why it's so confusing sometimes is because the folks don't even have a chance to explain why he or she is pushing for it. And for anybody to want to support what you try to push for, they might want to understand why you're doing it, why you putting it on a motion, right? So for me, we should expand that. Say, you know what? You get to explain why you want to push this motion, right? Versus, and if we are violating the Brown Act, please let me know.
Yes.
But yeah, so
directly violate the
exactly.
Brown Act.
So
That would directly.
right.
violate the
So
Brown
so
Act.
and I do, understand that, but that's my stance on this. I think that we should keep it the way it is. Then, if we don't get to elaborate why we putting a agenda for a future agenda, but at least we keep this on our protocol as far as our agenda goes. That's my take.
Thank you. No, I'm going to go to Ms. Jamerson. I'm going to go to Ms. Jamerson.
I agree with Mr. Yang, in the sense that when yes, when we ask for something to be put on the agenda, by doing it here, our community gets to see what it is that we're asking for, when, as opposed to, if I ask for that to be placed on the agenda, if I ask directly to the president and to the superintendent, the constituents don't know that I've asked, and it may be answered and say, yes, we're going to put that on the agenda, but it's not necessarily tied to me. And there may be reasons why we're asking for those things, because it's in response to the community asking us. And so, but I also understand that when we can't explain anything, it gets very convoluted, and we're always, how far can we push before we're violating Brown Act? So a suggestion I have is that if we plan to propose an agenda item, that it is our responsibility to notify the board prior to, and maybe this. Okay.
It could be a Brown Act violation too.
Yeah.
See what I mean, folks?
So Ms. Chairperson, just listening, I'm just thinking out loud here. I think where we having the conversation is where we get ourselves in trouble. And I hear, and I think others may share the same point of view when they speak, is that sometimes a member does want the public to know that they're asking for this item to be considered. So another thought would be that if the item were on the agenda, that the member could say, I'm interested in X as a future agenda topic, and I would like I would like not to take the vote that night, but to actually have that topic show up on the next meeting under future agenda items, and then it would be new school calendar as an example. Mr. Porcino wants to talk about a new school calendar, so we would underneath future agenda items, we would write new school calendar, and the public would know we were going to talk about it briefly. It wasn't a discussion, but it's the board could then make the decision on whether that would be on the future agenda. But it would get us away from having the conversation that night. It would let the public know we're going to talk about it. So I'm just thinking that might be a happy medium that would get us away from, if we let people know ahead of time outside of a board meeting, that's a potential Brown Act violation. If we talk too much during the meeting, that's a potential Brown Act violation. This is a topic I'm interested in. I'd like the board's feedback on it, and we bring it at the next meeting, and the board can can make the decision whether they want it on a future agenda item. That might be a compromise that hadn't crossed my mind until I heard the conversation today.
Okay, I have 3 more hands. You're all in the queue. I'm just going to say that we have already seen this year folks use this item much in that way. So I don't think changing our protocols to say we're not going to act in the moment precludes the type of responsiveness and transparency that the board wants to see, because we have already seen folks use that opportunity to notice, I intend to talk to the superintendent and the board president about this, right? So that achieves those 2 things. I have my notes. Tony, go ahead.
Okay, I'm kind. Are we, up there it says public comment. Are we speaking on public comment or future agenda items or language? Which one?
We're on future agenda items. Thanks for checking.
Future agenda, okay. On that, in our agenda, it should, like we have it before, we had a designated area or time at, close to the ending of our meetings that we have time to say that, correct?
I didn't understand that. Could you restate?
Oh, well, on our present agendas, we have time to do that. It's there marked.
Correct.
Okay, are you proposing that we change that? And why?
Well, for the reasons that I stated, that it's impossible to accomplish what we want to accomplish without violating the Brown Act, and that there's an alternate way to achieve everything that we want to achieve without violating the Brown Act. The protocol.
You already said that we went this way or that way. I support the way it has been always, and that we have time to say that during the end of the meeting, but you need to express to everybody that that's the purpose of that, which you do, but yet give us time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Perez. I'm going to go next to Ms. Albiani.
Thank you. I'm looking at this from being a past president and trying to keep this item within the guidelines of the Brown Act is very difficult. And if you get to a point of contention on the board, it just becomes more difficult.
Yeah.
I think taking an item to Mr. Hoffman and our president is a very valid way to accomplish what you would like to accomplish, and allowing for that to have a secondary way to bring it to an agenda and have people see it ahead of time allows for people to do their homework, because I think we've all been caught in a, well, that's me speaking. Myself have been caught in a gotcha position where I do not know a full story and have been asked to vote. And I think that's unfair. And I think it's unwise, and it's not good governance. So I think the Brown Act is there for a reason. It allows us the time to get prepared to take a vote. I feel people feel it's very important that the public knows that they made the statement. And I have mixed emotions on that. I think, but we could credit, when it does come to the board, the person who was asked to have this put on the agenda, and allow them the right to speak to it first when it comes to the board. So you would not only, so I asked Mr. Hoffman and Ms. Charis Espinoza for an item. They agree. Okay, as a board and the superintendent, you have to find a spot for that. And so saying it's going to be on the next agenda is often difficult. So bringing it to them and letting them schedule it in, and then when it comes, them saying, Mrs. Albiani asked for this item, I know many people are advised, and then allowing her to speak first could accomplish what you want, possibly. Then if I bring an item and they won't do it, and I ask for it to get put on the next agenda, then I am responsible for writing a short blurb of what I think it is. I have the time, my fellow board members have the time to find out the history and the whole story of of this item and then can come and make an informed vote. And so I don't know if I've made it more confusing, but I am in support of the first way, and hearing that people would like to get recognition and transparency for being the people who bring up certain items, recognizing that either when it is brought for a vote to see if it goes on the agenda, or when it is brought to the meeting as an agenda item, I think people could get recognized at that point. Those are two places you could be recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Albiani. Mr. Vargas?
I agree with a lot of what's been said. I think Beth gave a really good sort of synopsis of where I'm at as well. The one clarification I think I want to put on it is the only way I'm comfortable removing that second, the opportunity for board members to bring it up in a future agenda item is if there is no discretion in the president's role in once you reach that second phase. So the first phase, which I think I'm comfortable with, is you have to bring it to the president and superintendent first and give them an opportunity to look at it and do whatever, and maybe and ask them to put it on the agenda. Then if they, for whatever reason, say no, or you want to push it, you then have to go to this superintendent and the president and say, okay, now I want you to put it on the agenda under this potential future agenda item section, and that has to be mandatory. So the board president would not have any discretion. They would have to put it under there. And that would give you that opportunity, that would give each of the board members that opportunity to put that little blurb there and to have and then for the board to have a discussion. And then it's mandatory. And so there's no need for us to have that third option of the board can just bring it up willy-nilly, or board members can just bring it up willy-nilly. And so I think that mandatory piece for the president is the key for me.
Yeah, and what you've described is exactly how I envision this working, that we do require a meeting with the board president and superintendent. But again, after that, if for whatever reason the board member is not satisfied, they are entitled to come back to the full board. It is not at the discretion of the chair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
So earlier when I alluded to about expanding this so that we will have a more effective way of following this future agenda items, from what I just heard, I think that could be part of that, expanding it, right? So what that means that we should not take it off, but as a requirement, we should come to the chair and Chris first to discuss the future agenda first with you two. And then if that's already been settled, then we'll just leave it at that. But if let's just for some reason you two completely disagree with it, then we could push it during that time. So I think that when we do that, we have the opportunity to discuss with you two as mandatory. I don't know how that part plays out as far as Blount Act, but I think that we meet both requirements of not just surprise you and Chris out of the blue. So I think that that's part of a happy medium for me from what I heard. But if we remove that, then as far as our protocol go, we can't just stop everybody and say, I want to make a motion, right? It's just that's not how it goes. So I do think that we should leave that there, but add that requirement to it prior to getting there.
I can really see this working in terms of the sequence of events in a couple of different ways, and I can see it working with an item, a placeholder on the agenda, and without it. So I'm really starting to wonder whether we have described our priorities well enough that staff can draw up one or two options of how this would work and bring it back to us. So before I go to you, Mr. Hoffman, I'm going to go to Mr. Pettis.
Okay. I want to presently we can do this at the end of the agenda or write to you or Mr. Hoffman a CC copy to him to place this on our agenda. So that's the present process, correct?
You can always communicate with us, but the official
Yes,
way
yes,
here
but is that
it's
correct?
on the agenda.
Either I could present it to the board at the appropriate time. Yes, I would like communities, schools be on the next agenda. I could say it like that, correct? And then I could either also next day in the evenings or during this meeting, CCU and Mr. Hoffman say, yes, I want this on the agenda. Do you want to meet or do we need to meet? Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, and your proposal, you're saying that, you're proposing that before it be put on an agenda, that you want me to contact you as a chairman, vice chair, and Mr. Hoffman to say, hey, I'm interested in putting this on the agenda, and that then you will get me feedback about that issue, and the next meeting, you would either say yay or nay that we are going to do that.
So just the president and the superintendent are involved in agenda planning. It doesn't involve the vice president at that point. And you wouldn't have to wait until the next meeting to get your response because we're actually talking to each other about it.
So you would get back to me within 24 hours or 2 days or 3 days, whatever, saying, hey, Mr. Hoffman and I do not agree this on the agenda.
We would probably tell you in that conversation when we're working with you.
What?
We would tell you in that meeting in real time. There's no need to delay.
So what if maybe 3 or 4, other members would like to discuss community schools, but yet they don't have the knowledge about what it is, or they're thinking about having that on the agenda. How would I know that?
So that's a good example, right? The board has an interest in an issue. We can tackle that multiple ways. Often, let me answer. Often what we do is say, hey, it looks like there's an interest. Let's set up groups of board members under the Brown Act threshold to meet with the appropriate staff so that we can come up to speed. We specify what is the information that the board or the board member wants, and we ask for written reports about it. So it's not always that the best way to get the information is a board presentation, right? But and we have been in this situation where there's something that we want to respond to and 3 or 4 board members are interested in placing an item on the agenda. But because of the Brown Act, they cannot all be involved in the discussion leading up for that. So someone has to bow out.
Okay, what if I make the motion when I have the time period to make a request, I want to have this on the agenda, and I would get a second from another board member, or is that possible?
So what we are suggesting is to move away from that.
Why?
And to move to a process where you actually become informed and hear updates from the administration and from the president, and together decide what is the best way to achieve what you want to achieve. It may be a board presentation, and it's just a matter of let's look at what we have planned and see where's the first opportunity to fit it in. It may be there are other ways to achieve what you want to achieve.
Well, my experience with this school district and this leadership, we're behind. And the fact that, if I give you the, and Mr. Hoffman authority to make a decision, it might be 2 or 3 months down the block when, when maybe the time grant period would pass and we lose millions of dollars, which we have in the past, as a result of inaction or the knowledge of this board to make that decision.
Nancy, can I answer to his question? Because I don't think he's not quite get the whole second part of it. So the first part, at least that's what I alluded to. The first part is what we just talked about. But the second part is when the first step, let's just say they deny your proposal of future item, then the second part, then you could put a motion up and say, hey, I like to put a motion up for, discussion of school, right? Oh,
that's correct.
Then you give the chance for other board members to support you or not support you.
At that,
the second, if the first request is denied, first request is denied by the chair and superintendent. You should be granted to come upon your colleague, which is us. That's what I'm saying that we should do, so that we don't just come to the second steps where you just don't let anybody know, and you just make a motion like we used to. So from what I heard, if we put those two steps together, I think it will be more efficient. That's my opinion.
And it's not just efficiency. I think that doing it this way, the way we've been talking about, actually provides the public more information and provides all of us more information by doing it in a way that is, within the Brown Act, right? Because by saying you need to give it to people, give it to the president beforehand, and then they have no choice but to put it on the agenda under that, future agenda items description, right? You can then give us a description and give the public a description of what you want to do, rather than trying to scream it out into the ether while she's banging her gavel and telling you to be quiet, right? So we actually, within the Brown Act, we actually then have an opportunity to talk a little bit about it, and not, and there's no, you just get you get a sentence and then you have to stop. So I actually think that this gives more meat to the conversation ahead of time that is outside of the substance of the future agenda item.
Okay, Mr. Hoffman, Mr. Pettis, we need to conclude. It's 2:15. We have a drop dead time.
Hold on,
Really? I thought you started. Weren't you first? Okay, 1 second. So time check. We have a hard stop time for a lot of folks at 3 p.m. We are on schedule to completely not get to our last item, reducing exclusionary discipline, which I know is really important to all of us. So I would really like to conclude this item.
I have questions regarding these other pages too, not just this one page right here. You're just talking page 10.
We may not finish this item.
We need
so
bring it to the next meeting.
Yeah.
Can I pause before you go? I really want to ask Mr. Hoffman a question. So, Mr. Hoffman, we are not done discussing this. We have a couple more. Would you be comfortable taking what you heard and drafting 1 or 2 different ways that this could work?
I am. I just, the only thing is, I don't know that we heard from Mr. Porcina on this particular item. I know there may be some other things the board, so I did want to put, if we could put a bow around, is everybody okay with me moving forward with what I've heard and bringing a recommendation, a couple of recommendations back, or is there any other comments on this, on the future agenda item?
Mr. Forcina, what you want to talk about, is it future agenda items or is it something else in item 4?
Yeah, I have had multiple discussions with the superintendent with respect to the handbook. And I have been waiting for 1 year to talk about the handbook. And there's no way in hell I'm going to support anything that doesn't address the handbook today. And I don't care if we revise the meeting, we're here to midnight. Now that's one.
Considerate of you.
Now, number 2.
I'm sorry, I need your clarification when you mean the handbook and we're trying to close out future agenda items. What's the relation in your mind between those 2 things?
None.
Okay. So I'm sorry, can I
I'm gonna
can I tell Mr. Hoffman we have closed the discussion on?
Yeah, if you let me do that, I'd be happy to do it.
Okay, just wanted to follow.
I'm certainly okay with the superintendent coming up with a couple of proposals based on what people have said. The only thing I want to say is, I worked very, very hard to become a member of the board. It is critically important to me to support constituents, and I don't feel I need mommy or daddy's permission to do anything I believe is important to do.
Okay. Noted. We've dealt with public comment, future agenda items. We are moving on to language confirming agreement on tool board will use for self-evaluation. Mr. Hoffman?
Yeah, so that one is just a board member made that note that that was something we need to update because we do now have an agreed upon tool. So we'll just update that language. There's really nothing. The board's already taken the action. We're just going to make the handbook match the language. We'll highlight it so people can see the update. And same thing for the fourth bullet. The board has made a decision with regards to the finance committee. So we'll make sure the current handbook matches the board action. If the board makes different action down the road about the finance committee, then we'll update language again. But we're just going to make sure the current handbook matches the action that the board recently took.
Okay, thank you. So other items from board members pertaining to item 4. Mr. Fortuna, did I hear you say you have more proposed changes with respect to the handbook? Do you have more proposed changes with respect to the handbook?
Oh, yes.
Okay, let's hear them.
You have enough time?
Maybe, maybe not, but let's use it.
I got
Okay.
13.
All right, let me go to that document. Okay. Usually one of those.
If I agree with his comments, can I say I agree so I don't have to say that again?
You can on your own time. Just don't interrupt him or talk over him. You ready,
Okay.
sir?
Some are going to be suggestions for change in language and others are going to be comments. And so my first is a comment. And I was kind of amused today when we had public comment and that some of my items were spoken to. In the beginning, on page 3, it talks about effective governance teams. And it talks about the communication of vision. It talks about value and support with effective trustees. It talks about recognizing and respect differences of perspectives and so on and so forth. And I truly believe that as a board, the board does things that are unacceptable towards meeting the expectations. One, I don't believe that as a board, we consistently respect other board members or the public. Number 2, I think behaviors on the part of some board members during the meetings is unprofessional. Facial expressions, using your phone, being on your computer, eating are behaviors that were addressed by public today and are representative comments of behaviors that are suggestive that the board indeed is disrespectful to the public and is unprofessional in its behaviors. Let's go to page
Mr. Fortuna, can I ask a question? Will you navigate?
Yeah.
So if we were to try to catalog the ways in which we collectively are falling short of our own standards, that would take a great deal of time. And I don't know that it would move us toward our goal of identifying changes in the document. So are you going to outline for us changes that we need to make in this document?
Yes, that's what I was going to do. And as an example, when we take a public comment on agendized items, the public comment comes before the presentations. In our handbook, it talks about the presentation first, board member questions second, and third is public comment. The public comment comes in the process. It doesn't come before the presentation is ever made. So that's an example of some of the things I have that I was going to share that I do believe need changing.
Nancy, I also had that one. It's under board, the section board deliberations.
Hey, wait a minute.
And I think that,
Nancy's
I think that's an opportunity.
been replying, and she gives you the permission or the privilege to do that.
He's
I
directing me,
understand what-
he's directing me to find the item that Mr. Fortuna is talking about. Can you please continue?
And I think that that might be something where we could punt it to staff and say, hey, can you either bring this into alignment with what we do, or do we want to bring our practices into alignment with the with what's in the document?
Okay, I'm reading it. The agenda describes when and how the public may speak at any given item. So if there is a conflict, the agenda supersedes, but I absolutely agree that there should not be a conflict. So we will note that as something that we need to look into. Thank you, Mr. Fortuna.
Okay. If you're going to give me that opportunity, I will be glad to take it. Effective trustees. Okay, well, again, and I want to make and this goes along with the comments I'd made when I started this whole thing. Governing in a dignified, professional manner, treating everybody with civility and respect are wonderful words. We spend and have spent millions of dollars in arbiter training. And I have often questioned for what purpose when I observe the behaviors of people. And if we are serious about leaving those comments in our handbook, then people need to be serious about looking at their behaviors. Otherwise, let's take it out and not fool ourselves that that is the way in which we believe we should be responding. Burden greatness should not be mitigated by in 1, 2, 3, I will follow all this up too in listening to Michael's comments about writing. I'm not putting my finger on one right now, but it's really important in terms of distinction. And it talks about the school district providing quality education, and it goes on and on and on. And then it talks within the financial support. No, that's a wiggle word that says, you know, it's not our responsibility if we don't have the money. No, it's your responsibility to figure it out. And so I think that needs an adjustment. Protocols to facilitate governance. Agenda questions answered. Okay. There's and this I've asked before. There are a number of items in our handbook. Example, one being agenda questions should be answered before the meeting. Why is it there? It's just because let us agree that it is just a suggestion, because so what? There are so many things in our handbook that are suggestions of how we should behave. But if a board member chooses not to, so what? The governance handbook is, to me, nothing more than guidance for responsible people, because, and maybe that's all we have. Because if you choose not to follow it, nothing happens. And we certainly, people talk about staying till 1 o'clock in the morning. Look at some of the reasons why we stay till 1 o'clock in the morning. I already talked about when the public speaking on agendized items. In self-monitoring, I think that we should add statements that will have quarterly reviews. We've talked about doing quarterly reviews, but it should be in here. And it's not. So
I think that is either related to or included in language confirming agreement on tool board will use for self-evaluation. So let's just make sure that includes a reference to the timeline.
yeah, and then under board member reports, in bullet number 2, and you always make the statement that board member reports are pertinent to subcommittees, but the bullet said or other relevant meetings. Well, if you know, I have a meeting with Richard Gutierrez and I consider it to be relevant, I get to talk about my meeting.
Good question.
So my suggestion is eliminated, because the whole intent is just not to waste people's time, and the purpose of reviewing your board's subcommittee work is so that the other board members have an understanding of what you did and why you did it, and what's going to be coming forth. So
I agree with that, actually. And our interest in shaping that report item was that it not become kind of a competition of, you know, I visited more schools than you or whatever. So.
Okay. So
one clarification on that
one
for me.
Oh, Carmen, go ahead, sir.
Just on Carmen on that one. I don't have the doc in front of me, so I'm just working on a smaller screen right now. With that, the board subcommittees is for sure. Does that include the CSBA delegate assembly? I don't know if that was what they were trying to capture in that, what we were trying to capture in that second bullet, or is there another bullet that would allow the board to speak delegate assembly and those kinds of things with CSBA?
That's a good catch. The way we have used this in practice is board subcommittees and official board assignments, I believe, something to that nature.
So I can make that clear. We can make that clarification, but I want to make sure we don't lose the opportunity to speak out on the CSBA work.
Okay, I will take the responsibility to put each of these in writing, such that when you come back with revised language for the board, we can take a look at it and then vote on them.
Yeah, if you could send that to Mr. Hoffman and to myself so we can get started on the work.
Yeah.
That would be appreciated.
More than happy to do it. Thank you.
Would that be a problem that he send me a copy?
So let's think about Brown Act.
Or form a committee?
It would be preferable that we develop a draft and then circulate it to all members of the board at the same time.
That's fine.
Can we do that, Mr. Yang?
BC?
Okay.
Probably.
I agree to Mr. Facina, a lot of stuff that he said there. Yeah, just looking forward to see in terms of the detail that he puts into it. However, I do want to touch up on the effective trustees. And I too have real concern about that. I know that each board member here worked really hard on their own effort, and I know I worked extremely hard myself as well to be on this seat, and I'm not going to take it for granted. With that said, I feel like, and I know that I owe to every folks that voted for me, and even the one that did not vote for me. So I want to make sure that I act appropriately to treat every constituents fairly. Rather, I agree or disagree with their comments or the agenda they put ahead as far as testimonies. But I owe to myself to be professional and hold up to what I sign up for. And what I believe I sign up for is to be fair to all the constituents and make the best decision to give the staff and the student the best resources that they could be successful. And so I think that I should ask myself, and we should ask ourselves to make sure we live up to that. And we cannot we cannot respond to public comments, but I mean, I'm sure everybody heard what was said, and rather, I mean, it just makes sure that we take responsibility. And when we do take responsibility, I think that that's when everybody's gonna benefit. So I just want to comment on that, because if we fail on the effectiveness trustees part, the majority of the stuff here is going to be fail, right? Because it's just, if you can't even do your part as being effective trustees, then everything else just fall apart. So to me, this is the stone of everything else. Just want to say that.
Okay, folks, I'm going to make go ahead, Mr. Vargas.
One thing because I kind of want to address that as well. I think that part of being respectful and professional, and particularly respectful of your colleagues, is recognizing that we all have a different way of being leaders. We all have a different way of being trustees. We all have this, while we have the same role, we have a different way of executing it. And I think that I recognize that my way is very different from Beth's way, which is very different from Carmen's way, which is very different from Tony's way. But I think we all have to recognize that there are a variety of roles that we play, and in any given situation, we are doing one or another in a way that, or balancing those roles in a way that one of our colleagues may disagree with. One of the things that I circled in this was at the very end of the first part, that one of our roles is to provide community leadership and advocacy on behalf of students, the educational program, and public education. And one of the things that I've said repeatedly, one of the things that was said to me repeatedly when I first got on the board, is that we're here for kids. We're here to do what's in the best interest of kids. And I take that very seriously. It's why I am as intense as I am on particular issues, particularly when it comes to vulnerable kids and LGBTQ kids. And that is one of the ways in which I am balancing, the various roles, by way of illustrating. It's one of the ways that I'm balancing the various roles that we play. And I recognize that, to the points that my colleagues were making, which I think are important, is one of the other roles that we play is, fairness to all members of the community as well. And so I think that as we are sort of thinking about this and sort of digesting what we've been talking about, recognizing that we are all different and we all have very different leadership roles. We all play very different, roles in the community at large. And as Beth once told me, give grace, right? Recognize that each of us does it in a different way.
Okay, folks, I'm going to make the last comments on this item. First, I want to associate myself with Mr. Vargas's comments. I think that there are different ways to be a leader. I really appreciated the way our interns exemplified in that first presentation that there are different ways to contribute and that really you can build a team that's complementary. So you said it very nicely, Mr. Vargas. I appreciate that. I also want to address kind of the purpose of the governance handbook, right? This is entirely created by us out of our desire to set a standard for our own behavior. And the reason we revisit it every year is because we want to keep it fresh in our mind and we want to recommit every single year to strive towards these ideals, to these standards. We adopt them as a whole. We do see that, I'm sure all fall short in different ways, some more than others. But the fact that there isn't for us teeth, right, accountability that some members would like to see, I don't think means we stop being clear about what we think is the standard and that we stop striving towards it, right? So with that, folks, I really appreciate your engagement. Nope, I'm making the last comment and we're closing this one down. So thank you.
Make a public record.
Nope. Okay, it's not an action item. So I'm going to close this item and go to Mr. Hoffman for any last words on this item.
I appreciate the feedback very much. Those are all adjustments that we can make, and I do appreciate the frustration that comes along with this, but the aspirational. This is we're saying to our community, this is what we aspire to be, and if we fall short from time to time, we need to own that. But this is how we this is what we aspire and how we aspire to lead. So I think it's an important commitment that we do each year, and that we share with our community. So I think there is value in it for sure. So the last two things on this particular presentation are related to the Finance Committee and the Measure M Oversight Committee. So two more slides with conversation, and Ms. Coates is going to take you through the next two slides.
All right. Well, thank you very much. These should be relatively quick. One is just a reminder on the Finance Committee. This is just a timeline. In May, we did sunset what the current Finance Committee looks like. And the board did make the recommendation and approve a recommendation to transition to a Budget Advisory Committee. And so moving forward, staff has been taking a look and considering the intent behind the Budget Advisory Committee, which was an as-needed committee with members appointed by the board and superintendent to really meet on a specific purpose. And so as we're looking outwards, we don't have to decide anything. One thing that we've really been thinking about and putting forward that when we come up 1 year from now, fall of 24, we will be looking at the exhaustion of the ESSER funds. And at that time, we've already received some direction in March to use the Learning Recovery Emergency Fund to continue some of those one-time positions that were outlined in the ESSER plan. But that could be a good entry point for the Budget Advisory Committee because we will need direction for the 25-26, which might sound far away, but it really is not, to have a discussion about discontinued positions or reaffirming and finding a more sustainable resource to keep those positions in play. The second piece, if you could move the slide forward, Mr. Cerruti. Thank you, is the very urgent plea that the entire facilities team and myself have is to fulfill our obligation. We passed Measure M was a Proposition 39 bond, which requires us to have a Citizens Oversight Committee. And we've had a great group of constituents, and the way our bylaws currently read, they are terming out. Our last couple are terming out this month. And so we've had an application available on our website in the black box with the white writing. That is the current need, and it is a representation of the types of constituents, not a particular area. We need them all. So, I guess the plea is to the public and to the board, if there is anyone who has a desire to serve, potentially some of the former finance committee members or other that would fit some of those current needs, to please have them fill out without begging, to fill out an application. It really is a painless process. We meet the obligations of Measure M, which is really just an audit of here's what we said we were going to do in our bond project list. Here's what we've done, and that way we can continue to be in compliance. I think you saw this morning that there is a continued need for good facility work with limited funding sources. So before we even consider the possibility of a new bond, we really want to be compliant with our current bond.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Coates.
We have been compliant. Right now, we have our current oversight committee members that are terming out. And so annually, we're required to bring the audit report to the board. Well, first of all, to the committee and then for the board to approval. And so we want to fill those seats so we can remain in compliance. Might be a better way to put it, Mr. Perez.
So we're going to get an audit report when?
Okay, you're off topic again. So in the interest of time, I'm just going to summarize for purposes of clarity. So the Budget Advisory Committee item, we're not making any decisions today. This is just a preview of a timeline of how this might work. It will come back to the board to actually make decisions in the coming year. And with respect to the Measure M Oversight Committee, that is a desperate plea to please help recruit some folks so that we can continue to be within the guidelines. Mr. Bettis.
I have a question regarding page 11
Slide 11.
in your presentation. I know that we're gonna approve in our consent calendar. We're gonna revise S3 plan, correct? And was there an evaluation on that program with phase 2 and 1?
So the ESSER 3 plan that's on the consent agenda really incorporates the direction from the board that was taken last, I believe it was November, to include finalizing the Extron projects, instructional curriculum and materials. And there was a board communication that had gone out previously, but before we can, for capital projects over $5,000, we have to submit a waiver to the California Department of Education. We need all of those items that we've already been provided direction on approved in the plan before we could submit those waivers and have them an allowable expense for ESSER. And so that's really what's on the consent agenda later this afternoon.
Right, but you talk about that in the subject matter, and
Mr. Bettis, I need you to stick to the item that we're on. We're not on item 6 yet.
you mentioned that first continue staffing, ESS,
Okay.
So you bring that, how many?
We are still trying to close out item number 4 on today's agenda. I will not be taking questions on item number 6 at this time.
Page 11 states that we're going to lose positions. I want to know how many positions. It's on our report. The sheet.
We're both looking at slide 11 titled Finance Committee to Budget Advisory Committee. Is that what you're referring to?
No, page 11, she states in September 2024, ESSER funds expired. The board provided staff direction for use of the Learning Recovery Emergency Fund.
Okay, how does this pertain to the budget, to this presentation, Mr. Bettis?
Okay.
I think you're on a different item. You're talking about,
How many positions have we funded under that? I'm asking.
okay, I caught up. Thank you.
So approximately 300 FTE, if you recall back to the back to the November 2022 board presentation where we walked through, and actually that one might have been February, but we had walked through how many ESSER positions were funded, how many we were going to carry forward. We knew that we were those funds we're going to completely exhaust by September of 2024. And so this does not have to be the item for the Budget Advisory Committee. It is a consideration knowing that that's something coming up in the next year and a half that we're going to have to make some real decisions about.
It's just a suggestion, Mr. Bettis, because in our conversations about the evolution of the Finance Committee to the Budget Advisory Committee, that's an example that we've cited. So staff plugged that in as an example of how this could work.
Okay, I know for a fact that these funds go to Title I schools, which are in Region 3 and 1, correct?
Not exclusively.
Yes, yes, most majority of those, you have magic funds. I saw the state report and all that stuff, and I saw the thing. So what educational impact is that going to have in Region 1 and 3 when we're going to use laptops?
Mr. Bettis, you're outside the scope of the item once again. So we are going to conclude. Any remaining questions on these two items? We unfortunately don't have time to delve into either of them, but if there's a quick question, I will take it. Okay, Mr. Hoffman, are we done with item number 4?
We are.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Coates. We are concluding, we have concluded item number 4, sir. And
After each segment, but overall.
And you have been asking them. So if you have any additional questions, please email them to whoever can answer them. Feel free to loop me in and I can help you find that person. So not surprisingly, we are 2-3 hours over schedule and we will not be able to deal with item number 5, reducing exclusionary discipline today. Please pass along our apologies to the staff who prepared that and cleared their calendar, but we will look for the next opportunity to bring that to the board. I know we are all very interested in hearing it. With that, I'm going to move on to item number 6, consent agenda. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Fortuna and
I'd like to pull
seconded by
number
Mr.
2.
Yang.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Hoffman?
I think we have a public comment, if you're going to do that on this one.
I apologize. Let me back up. I skipped public comment. Ms. Gerber, do we have any Zoom public comments for the consent agenda?
Yes, Madam President, we do have one comment via Zoom. This is Joel Boyd again.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Boyd.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Okay, all right, thank you. May I make it brief because I know you're running out of time. The only comment that I had, was one, the links are not working. When you look at the presentation for the SR2, I'm looking for item 2, where you're looking at the plan, so those links are not working, so you can't see the reports. The only comment I just have is how is the board going to ensure that demonstrate that you've got public input, on the ESSER funds? It's very clear on different types of organizations who should be involved. And, I know you're going to be having the Budget Advisory Committee. It's going to be taking a look at that. And I also know you have public input from your LCAPs, but it also does outline some specific groups that should have some input on that. So I just want to know how the board is going to demonstrate that they get public comments from those different organizations and groups. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards on the consent agenda?
We do not have any blue cards.
Okay, so I will now close public comment. We have a motion by Mr. Fortuna and a second by Mr. Yang. And Mr. Bettis, you said you wanted to pull something?
Yes, number 2.
Okay, Mr. Fortuna, can you revise your motion? Mr. Fortuna off mic moves approval of items 1 and 3 on the consent agenda. And do you second, Mr. Yang?
Second that.
Okay, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Items 1 and 3 on consent are approved unanimously. Mr. Bettis, go right ahead.
On the ESSER 3 fund frequently asked questions that what I got from Department of Education, and looking over all these questions that people ask, and that was one of the most important questions that individual community member asked. What, and I want to know, when are we going to get a reply to that? No, that's the first question. As a board member, is that going to be a BC?
So I can answer that question. So this is all we're doing is making an adjustment to do some of the capital projects to finish up the ESSER funding. The ESSER 3 plan, if we go back to the ESSER 3 plan and the wide variety of stakeholders that we had involved in the development of the plan, we could go back and do a summary of all that, but we presented that to the board over multiple meetings as we were going through ESSER 1, 2, and 3. So the feedback and all those processes, that's all happened. We're now in the implementation piece. What we're doing today is just simply making an edit to the document, which is including items in the plan that originally came through in the public feedback as important, but we didn't have enough funding to fund them at the time. So we identified them as something that we would be able to fund if there were additional funds available or unspent funds. So we're actually doing exactly what we committed to do. And this is just making that adjustment so we can send it to CDE so we can spend the remaining dollars on the exact projects that the board gave us direction to spend those dollars on.
Okay. And I think we have been using this money wisely. We did summer learning and summer enrichment, correct?
That is correct.
And did we do any extended days?
Well, the ELOP, this is kind of getting out of we did extended learning during the summers. We did some extended during the day, but remember there were two versions of ELOP. So now there's a state version to be able to do extended days. So we're doing extended day at all of our schools now, but we're able to use the state ongoing money to do that instead of these funds. So we are doing that. We're doing it a little because
these funds 1, 2, and 3 in the plan, are we using funds to extend the days, cost for additional staff and for compensation for existing staff to extend operating hours, costs for expanding and maintaining access to food programs? We are doing that during
all those. Yeah, these are things that we've done over the last 3 years, Mr. Perez.
So the question was, have we extended days? Yes or no?
We're currently extending days.
Exactly the kind of question that you should have asked prior to the meeting.
Comprehensive after-school programs.
Mr.
are doing that.
We're doing that in an ongoing way now. We're not having to
I'm
use
gonna
the
ask for a
one-time.
pause, Mr. Hoffman.
Okay.
This is exactly the kind of question that you should ask before the meeting. So if you have something.
This is a public meeting.
It is, and they would like to see you do your homework.
And my fellow board member said, we have the right to speak at this meeting. So we have civic engagement. People in our community know what these are our concerns. And
your rights are balanced with your responsibilities, like doing your homework in advance of meetings. So what I am objecting to specifically is those very detailed gotcha type questions launched at staff without any kind of heads up. It doesn't serve you, it doesn't serve the board, and it doesn't serve the public.
These are the guidelines for this program. They have done their homework, hopefully.
Consent is not pop quiz time, Mr. Pettis.
How we did this. And the last one I want to question, since you want to cut me off. Full service community schools. Have we done that, Mr. Hoffman? This money's good to have done that program. Full services community schools. We haven't done that.
The board approved our
ESSER
3
You asked a question, let him answer it.
The board approved the ESSER 3 plan. And all the services and pieces that are there, that's what the board approved. So I can go through page by page with you if you like to go to see what we agreed to do. What the board gave us direction to do, that's what we're doing. So if there's any specifics, we can do that. What this particular item is an edit to add the capital project items that the community and the board and staff all agreed were important, but there wasn't enough funding to be able to cover them when the board took action on the ESSER 3 plan. But now we know we have funds available because we haven't been able to fill all the positions. Everything hasn't gone exactly. And so we have additional funds to be able to cover these projects that we already knew were important. And now we're able to include them in our plan so we can do what the board's given us direction to do. That's what we're doing today.
This is the last phase. September of next year, that's the money's gone. So how are you gonna implement community schools from today to next September?
Community schools was an option that school districts could do. It was not in the Elk Grove Unified School District board approved ESSER plan. So we're not doing it.
Why wasn't it? That's a $1 million question.
Mr. Bettis?
Why haven't you given us direction to go there?
Mr. Bettis, you asked a question.
Yes.
The governor's community schools initiative, I'm answering it. The governor's community schools initiative didn't come into play until years after ESSER. That's why that terminology is not included. So with that, nope, I'm not going to entertain any more questions about ESSER as a whole as opposed to those revisions. Does anybody else have any questions on this item? Do we have a motion on item number 2 on the consent agenda?
I move item 2.
I move.
Moved, I think I heard moved by Ms. Albiani, seconded by Mr. Yang. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Mr. Bettis is a no and everyone else is an aye. The item is approved. We have dispensed with the consent agenda and I am going to call this meeting to adjournment at 2:59. And I want to thank everyone for their work and their patience today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.